good evening, dear friends. As the gentle whispers of spring have danced through the day, we gather here for a moment of peace and comfort. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening with us. Let relaxation be your guide to sweet dreams tonight. It's time to cozy up, let go of your worries, and embrace this serene moment. Allow the soft narration to gently carry you away. Story 1. In a far corner of the cosmos, where the Veil Nebula shimmered like a curtain of liquid amethyst and silver, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. Its surface was covered in soft, phosphorescent moss that glowed with a gentle blue light, and in its heart lay a hidden valley, sheltered from the cold emptiness of space by crystalline arches that hummed with a low, comforting frequency. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Glimmera, a place where oceans sang and mountains breathed. His name was Kaelen, and his form was slender and graceful, covered in fine, iridescent scales that shifted color with his emotions. When he was curious, they rippled in shades of azure and seafoam green. When he was joyful, they shimmered like sunlight on water. He did not speak in words, but in harmonies, soft, melodic tones that wove through the air like threads of starlight. The second was from the rocky, warm planet of Solara. Her name was Nyssa, and she was covered in soft, velvety fur the color of dusk, with large, luminous eyes that held the depth of 1,000 night skies. Her people communicated through the gentle pulse of light that traveled across their skin, patterns of gold and amber that conveyed meaning as clearly as any language. She had journeyed far, drawn by the moon's quiet song, and now found herself in this hidden sanctuary. They first saw one another beneath the arching crystals, and for a long moment there was only silence, save for the hum of the moon itself. Kaelen's scales flushed a nervous silver, and Nyssa's fur glowed a tentative, questioning yellow. Slowly, Kaelen raised a hand and let a soft, clear note drift from him, a tone of greeting, of peace. In response, Nyssa's fur pulsed with a warm, golden light, a sign of welcome in her culture. But not all was easily understood. In those early days, their differences sometimes led to confusion. Once Kaelen, wishing to show affection, let a cascade of high, chiming notes ring out, a glimmering expression of deep fondness. To Nyssa, however, the sudden sharp sound was startling, and her fur flashed a startled crimson. She took a step back, and Kaelen's scales dimmed to a worried gray. He had not meant to frighten her. Another time, Nyssa, hoping to share her gratitude, let her fur glow in a rapid, joyful pattern of swirling gold. To Kaelen, the quick, bright lights were overwhelming, and he responded with a low, wavering note of uncertainty. They soon learned that what was gentle to one could be intense to the other, and what was joyful might be misunderstood. Yet with patience they began to find a rhythm, a language built not on sound or light alone, but on empathy and care. Together they decided to create a place where both could feel truly at home. They chose a spot where the crystalline arches met, forming a natural dome. Here the air was always warm, and the ground was soft with glowing moss. Kaelen used his knowledge of harmonics to coax the crystals into growing, shaping them into delicate structures that amplified the moon's gentle hum. Nyssa, with her understanding of light, gathered luminous plants and arranged them so their glow would dance in harmony with the crystal's song. They called it the Harmony Haven, a sanctuary where sound and light wove together into something new, something that belonged to both of them. In its center they placed a pool of clear water that reflected the nebula above, and around it they grew gardens of starlight blossoms and whispering ferns. It was a place of peace, where misunderstandings could soften into laughter, and differences became reasons to learn rather than to fear. There were quiet evenings when they would sit by the pool, watching the distant stars drift like embers in the dark. Kaelen would hum a low, soothing melody, and Nyssa's fur would glow in soft, rhythmic patterns, as if the stars themselves were conversing with the moon. In those moments, words were unnecessary. They understood one another in the way the light caught the water, in the way the crystals hummed in response to Kaelen's voice, in the gentle pulse of Nyssa's gratitude. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the sky, Kaelen noticed that Nyssa's light had dimmed to a soft, sad violet. He sensed her loneliness, her longing for her own world so far away. Without a word, he began to weave a new melody, one that spoke of companionship, of shared sunsets and silent understandings. As he sang, Nyssa's fur began to brighten, shifting to a warm, contented gold. She reached out, and though their hands were different, one scaled and slender, the other furred and gentle, they touched, and in that touch was a promise: you are not alone. As time passed, others sometimes found their way to the moon, wanderers like themselves, seeking solace in the quiet valley. Kaelen and Nyssa welcomed them all, teaching them the language of harmony and light, of patience and kindness. The haven grew not in size, but in spirit, becoming a beacon of peace in a vast and often lonely universe. And every night, as the nebula cast its dreamlike glow over the valley, Kaelen and Nyssa would return to their pool, to the place where it had all begun. They would watch the stars, their unique forms of communication blending into a silent, profound understanding, a testament to the truth that kindness needs no translation, that friendship can bridge any gap, and that sometimes the most beautiful language is the one that is felt, not heard. Under the watchful, gentle eyes of the cosmos, in their sanctuary of crystal and light, they knew they had found something rare and precious, a friendship written not in words, but in the very fabric of the stars. And there, in the heart of the glowing moon, they rested, peaceful and complete, as the universe hummed its ancient lullaby around them. Story 2. The stars outside the viewport glittered like a spilled treasure chest of diamonds against the velvet darkness of space. On a small, forgotten moon at the edge of a spiraling nebula, a lone transport pod had settled gently into the soft, silver dust. Its occupant, a being from a world of gentle rains and whispering forests, stepped out into the alien stillness. His name was Kaelen, and he was far from home. He was a Lumian, a species whose emotions painted themselves across their skin in ever-shifting hues of light. Right now, Kaelen glowed a soft, worried blue, tinged with the silver of loneliness. His mission was one of quiet observation, but a malfunction had stranded him here, on this small, silent rock, with only the stars for company. Or so he thought. In a crystalline cave not far from his landing site, another being watched. Her name was Lyra, and she was a Stellarian, a creature of delicate, iridescent scales and long, graceful limbs. Her people communicated not with words, but with complex harmonies that hummed from the resonant chambers in their throats. She had been studying the mineral formations of this moon when the strange vessel fell from the sky. Curiosity, a bright yellow cord within her, had drawn her to investigate. Their first meeting was a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kaelen, seeing a shimmer of movement, turned, and his skin flashed a startled, brilliant white. Lyra, surprised by the sudden light, responded with a sharp, questioning chime that echoed through the still air. Kaelen held up his hands, his glow softening to a placating, pale green. He pointed to his chest, then to the stars above, trying to mime his journey. Lyra tilted her head, her large, dark eyes reflecting the nebula's pastel light. She understood the gesture of pointing to the sky. It was a universal sign for far away. She hummed a low, soothing note, a sound that felt like a warm blanket on a cold night. This was the beginning of their silent conversation. They could not understand each other's native languages of light and sound, but they shared a vocabulary of gestures, of expressions, of the simple, universal need for connection. Kaelen's pod was damaged, but its environmental systems were intact, creating a small bubble of warmth and air. It was a temporary shelter, but it felt cold and metallic. Lyra, sensing his discomfort, gestured for him to follow her. She led him to her discovery, a vast, geode-like cave, its walls embedded with millions of softly glowing crystals that pulsed with a gentle, internal light. In the center was a small, clear pool that reflected the crystalline ceiling like a second sky. It was a sanctuary of breathtaking beauty. This became their shared shelter, their safe space. They began to build it together. Kaelen, using salvaged parts from his pod, fashioned gentle, ambient light projectors that mimicked the sunsets of his homeworld, washing the cave in hues of orange and lavender. Lyra arranged resonant stones around the pool so that the dripping water created a soft, random music. They created a garden of sorts, using strange, bioluminescent fungi Lyra found in nutrient-rich soils Kaelen synthesized. It was a space station garden grown in a cave, a little piece of two worlds woven into one. Their differences, of course, led to moments of pure, hilarious misunderstanding. Once Kaelen, feeling particularly grateful, let his skin bloom into a pattern of vibrant, joyful pink swirls. On his world, this was the highest compliment. To Lyra, the color pink, when combined with a rapid swirling motion, was the Stellarian sign for extreme, imminent danger. She responded by leaping behind a crystal formation and emitting a high-pitched, frantic trill that made Kaelen's head spin. It took nearly an hour of cautious gesturing and Kaelen slowly cycling through calming azure tones before they both realized the mistake. When understanding dawned, Lyra's nervous trill melted into a warm, bubbling melody of laughter, and Kaelen's light flickered with a pattern that meant the same thing. Another time, Lyra brought him a bowl of what looked like shimmering pearls. She hummed a proud major chord and gestured for him to eat. Trusting her, Kaelen did. The pearls immediately dissolved on his tongue into a fizzing, popping sensation that, to a Lumian palate, was utterly revolting. His entire body flashed a sickly green, and he shuddered violently. Lyra's song cut off in a gasp of horror. She had offered him a great delicacy, a food of celebration. She didn't know that Luminians consumed only light and filtered starlight. They spent the next while communicating, through elaborate mime, the intricacies of their respective diets, ending in a shared, silent chuckle at the absurdity of it all. But it was in the quiet moments that their friendship truly deepened. They would often sit by the glowing pool, their makeshift observatory. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering melody that seemed to map the constellations drifting past the cave's entrance. Kaelen would let his skin glow in time with her music, his colors becoming a silent, visual symphony to accompany her stellar song. They didn't need to speak. She could feel the gentle pulse of his contentment, and he could feel the soothing warmth of her harmony. It was an empathic connection, built not on technology, but on time, patience, and a shared sense of wonder. They learned each other's histories in this way. Kaelen's light would dim to a somber gray as he pictured the great, leafy cities of his home, and Lyra's song would become a mournful dirge as she remembered the crystalline spires of her own world, lost to a silent cosmic winter. They shared their loneliness, and in the sharing found it fading away, replaced by the golden light of camaraderie. Weeks turned into months. Kaelen's distress beacon, a soft, pulsing light he had placed outside the cave, finally caught the attention of a passing deep space salvage ship. The day the ship's comm crackled to life with a query in his native tongue was a day of conflicting emotions. Relief was there, a bright yellow sunburst across his skin, but it was edged with the deep, violet sorrow of impending goodbye. He turned to Lyra. He didn't need words. The aching, indigo hue that washed over him said everything. Lyra looked at him, and her song was the most beautiful and the most heartbreaking he had ever heard, a slow, minor-key melody that spoke of cherished memories and the quiet emptiness to come. But then her song changed. It became resolved, hopeful. She reached out a slender, scaled hand and placed it over his heart, where his light glowed the strongest. She held her other hand over her own throat, where her music was born. Then she brought her hands together, palm to palm. The universal language of kindness needed no translation. It was a promise. A promise that the bridge they had built across the vastness of space and biology would not crumble. That the friendship forged in a crystalline cave under a blanket of stars was not bound by distance. The salvaged ship's crew, a rough-and-tumble lot, were baffled by the Lumian, who insisted on leaving behind a strange, humming communication device pointed at a specific set of coordinates deep in the nebula. They didn't understand the purpose of the small, crystal resonator he held so carefully in his lap on the journey home. But every evening, in a quiet room overlooking a forest of whispering trees, Kaelen would activate the device. And across the light years, in a beautiful cave on a tiny moon, a corresponding crystal would hum to life. It would play a sequence of soft, complex chords, a hello, a memory, a shared joke. And Kaelen would answer, his skin glowing in a pattern of light he knew only one other being in the universe would understand. The technology was simple. The connection was a miracle. It was a cosmic friendship, a silent conversation of color and song that proved that no world is too far, no being too alien, for the universal language of a kind heart to find a way through. And under the same infinite stars, two friends, forever separated by space but never in spirit, continued their quiet, beautiful conversation. Story 3. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped the sky like gentle hands, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind of magic that made the flowers hum lullabies at dusk and the river stones glow with a soft, milky light. The villagers kept time by the chimes of the great copper clock tower that stood in the town square, its deep, resonant bong marking the hours with the reliability of a heartbeat. Wind chimes, crafted from polished river glass and silver birch, sang their tinkling songs from every porch, and a gentle rain often fell, not as a storm, but as a soft whisper against the slate roofs, leaving the air smelling of damp earth and blooming night jasmine. Our story begins on an evening like any other, or so it seemed. A young girl named Lyra was sitting on her windowsill, her knees drawn to her chest, watching the sky paint itself in shades of lavender and deep blue. She loved this time of day, when the first stars would prick the darkening canvas of the night. But tonight something was wrong. Lyra, who knew the constellations as well as she knew the freckles on her own nose, noticed it immediately. The diamond dipper was missing its handle. 4 stars remained, but the 3 that formed its graceful arc were simply gone. Not hidden by clouds, for the sky was clear. Not dimmed. Absent. As if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens and pocketed them away. The next morning, the village was abuzz with the news. Old Man Hemlock, the clock keeper, had noticed it too when he'd taken his nightly stroll. So had the baker, whose cinnamon star cookies were famous throughout the valley. A strange unease, light as a cobweb but just as persistent, settled over Glimmerbrook. It wasn't fear, but a deep, shared curiosity. Where had the stars gone? Lyra, a child of quiet observation and a heart that felt the emotions of others as if they were her own, decided she would solve the mystery. Her grandmother had always told her, the biggest problems are often solved by the smallest observers, my dear. The world whispers its secrets to those who know how to listen. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one sung by the village children while skipping rope beneath the clock tower. When the dipper loses its silver shine, check the hour, make sure it's 9. Follow the path where the rainbows sleep. Secrets are buried, promises keep. Lyra had heard it 1,000 times, never thinking much of it. But now it seemed to hum with new meaning. She waited until the clock tower chimed 9 that evening. As the 9th bong faded into the twilight, she saw it, a faint, shimmering path like a ribbon of dewdrops and moonlight appearing on the cobblestones. It was the path where the rainbows sleep. It led away from the square, toward the whispering woods that bordered the village. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a heart full of courage, Lyra followed the glimmering trail. The wind chimes in the trees seemed to cheer her on with their crystalline music. The path led her to a magnificent, ancient oak tree, its bark etched with patterns that looked strangely like a map of the stars. At its base was a hollow, and within the hollow she found an old, rolled-up parchment. It was a map of Glimmerbrook, but not as she knew it. The river flowed backwards, the hills were in different places, and a large X marked a spot near the babbling brookberry stream. This had to be it. A treasure map to the missing stars. She followed the map's strange directions, her footsteps accompanied by the gentle patter-patter of a light rain beginning to fall. After a while, she arrived at the spot marked by the X. She dug with her hands, the cool, damp soil yielding easily. Her fingers closed around something hard and metallic. She pulled it out, her breath catching in her throat. It was not a star. It was a beautiful, star-shaped copper locket, intricately engraved. When she opened it, a tiny, hauntingly beautiful melody began to play, a music box version of the nursery rhyme. It was a delightful discovery, a red herring of the most wonderful kind. The locket was a treasure, but it was not the treasure she sought. Puzzled but not discouraged, Lyra fastened the locket around her neck and continued to study the old map. She realized the backwards river was a clue itself. She needed to read the map in reverse. Holding it up to the light of a glowing river stone, she saw faint lines appear, connecting certain landmarks to form a new pattern, the very pattern of the missing stars from the Diamond Dipper. The new pattern pointed toward the village library, a cozy stone building that always smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman named Alara with spectacles perched on the end of her nose, was most surprised to see Lyra so late. Lyra explained about the stars and showed her the map. Goodness, Alara murmured, adjusting her glasses. This pattern, it aligns with the stained glass window in the astronomy section. I've never noticed. They went to the window, a beautiful roundel depicting the night sky. And there Lyra saw it. 3 of the glass stars in the window were dark, their internal light extinguished. They weren't missing, they had gone out. But how does a star in a window go out? Lyra wondered aloud. Alara's eyes grew misty. This window was made by my great-grandmother. She said its light was tied to the heart of the village, to its joy, its sense of wonder. She used to say, when the stories are forgotten, the stars will fade. Lyra thought of the nursery rhyme. Secrets are buried, promises keep. She thought of the lonely, beautiful locket she had found. She thought of the unease in the village, not a fear of monsters, but a sadness for a missing piece of their sky. The problem wasn't in the sky or in the ground. It was in them. The village had been so busy, so focused on their daily routines, that they had slowly stopped sharing stories, stopped looking up, stopped wondering. The solution wasn't to find something that was lost, but to rekindle something that had been forgotten. Lyra knew what she had to do. She went to the town square just as the clock was about to strike 9 again. She stood on the base of the fountain and, taking a deep breath, began to sing the old nursery rhyme. Her voice, clear and soft, carried through the quiet square, mingling with the sound of the rain and the distant wind chimes. One by one, villagers emerged from their cottages, drawn by the familiar song. They listened, and then they began to join in. The baker remembered another verse. Old Man Hemlock recalled a story about why the dipper was called the Diamond Dipper. Someone else started a story about the first clock-keeper. Another shared a tale their grandparent had told them about the wishing stones in the brook. A wave of shared memory and warmth washed over Glimmerbrook. Laughter echoed where there had been quiet concern. Stories bounced from person to person, weaving a new tapestry of connection. As the community drew closer together, sharing tales and memories under the gentle rain, a collective gasp arose. They all looked up. One by one, the 3 missing stars flickered back into existence, burning brighter than ever before, completing the diamond dipper. Their light was reflected in the puddles on the cobblestones, creating a second, shimmering constellation on the earth. And in the library, the 3 stained glass stars in the window ignited with a soft, internal fire, casting a kaleidoscope of colored light across the bookshelves. The mystery was solved. The stars had not been stolen, their light had simply faded, waiting for the village to remember its own magic, the magic of shared stories and a united heart. Lyra had solved it not by digging for treasure, but by observing the sadness in her community and responding with empathy, using an old rhyme to bring everyone together. That night, the people of Glimmerbrook didn't retreat inside. They built a small bonfire in the square, roasted apples and chestnuts, and took turns telling stories as the clock tower chimed and the wind chimes played their accompaniment. The gentle rain had ceased, leaving the world clean and fresh. Lyra sat between her parents, the star-shaped locket warm against her chest. She looked up at the perfectly complete, brilliantly shining diamond dipper and felt a deep, comforting peace. The village was whole again, its heart light restored, and the gentle sounds of the night, the clock, the chimes, the soft voices weaving tales, lulled everyone into a state of perfect, dreamy contentment. They had learned that the most important thing to watch over was not just the stars in the sky, but the light they held for each other right here on the ground. And with that warm thought held close, the village of Glimmerbrook, under its beautifully mended sky, drifted towards a peaceful, dream-filled sleep. Story 4. In a realm woven from starlight and whispers, there existed a place known as the Glimmering Steppes, a land of soft, rolling hills that were not made of earth, but of clouds so dense and gentle one could walk upon them as if treading on a blanket of fresh snow. The air here was perpetually dusk, painted in hues of lavender and peach, and it carried the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine and distant rain. It was here that a young dreamer named Kaelen found himself one evening, not by accident, but by a longing he had carried in his heart for as long as he could remember. Kaelen was a quiet boy with curious eyes the color of moss after a spring shower. Around his neck he wore a simple locket given to him by his grandmother. It did not hold a picture, but a small dried sprig of lavender and a pinch of hearth ash. Whenever he felt lost or lonely, he would open it, and the familiar scent of home, of warm bread and wood smoke, of safety and love, would wrap around him like a gentle hug. He had come to the Glimmering Steppes because a strange, melodic hum had been echoing in his dreams for weeks, a sound that felt both like a question and an invitation. It was a sound that seemed to pull at a thread of loneliness he hadn't even known was tangled inside him. And so, with the locket resting against his chest and a heart full of tentative courage, he stepped onto the cloud path that had appeared at the edge of his own backyard one twilight. The cloud beneath his feet was cooler than he expected, with a texture like crushed velvet and moss. It yielded softly under his weight, springing back with each step as if encouraging him onward. As he walked, the world around him began to change. Pillars of crystalline light rose in the distance, pulsing with a soft, internal glow. These were the spires of remembrance his dream had told him, landmarks that stored the echoes of joyful moments from all the worlds that touched this one. But it was the music that truly captivated him. It wasn't heard with ears alone, it was felt. A low, resonant thrum traveled up through the soles of his feet, while higher, sparkling notes seemed to brush against his skin like the wings of butterflies. He soon discovered the source. Floating around the spires were creatures of pure, shimmering light. They had no fixed form, flowing from one elegant shape to another, sometimes like winged serpents, sometimes like drifting, bioluminescent leaves. They were the lumini, and they communicated through the symphony of light and vibration they emitted. One of them, a being that glowed with a particularly warm gold and silver light, drifted toward him. It didn't speak, but a series of soft, pulsing colors washed over Kaelen, a question mark of rose light, followed by an encouraging shimmer of blue. Kaelen, unsure how to respond, simply held out his hand. The lumina gently touched his palm. A sensation not of heat, but of profound understanding flowed into him. It was a feeling of welcome, of curiosity, and beneath it, a current of deep sadness. Images flashed in his mind, conveyed through the touch. The brilliant spires of remembrance were fading, their light growing dim. The music of the realm was becoming quieter, more disjointed. The lumini were losing their connection to the joy that sustained them, and without it, their home was slowly dissolving back into the silent, starry void from which it came. Kaelen's own heart ached in sympathy. He understood loneliness. He understood the quiet ache of something missing. He closed his fingers gently around the lumina's light, a silent promise to help. Their journey began. The gold and silver lumina, which Kaelen thought of as Aurelia, became his guide. They traveled across the incredible landscape. They passed through the petal-fall forests, where trees of luminous glass dropped leaves that chimed like delicate bells as they landed on the cloud floor, releasing a scent of ozone and honey. They rested beside the silent rivers, streams of liquid starlight that felt cool and effervescent to the touch, their banks lined with velvet-soft moss that glowed with a soft blue light. The waypoints were wonders in themselves. The clockwork orchards were trees of intricate brass and copper, their gears turning slowly and silently, their fruit crystalline orbs that showed fleeting, beautiful memories from the human world when touched. Kaelen saw a child's first laugh, a couple's wedding dance, a quiet moment of friendship between an old woman and her cat. Each memory fed a tiny bit of light back into the nearest spire. He began to understand. The glimmering steps was a refuge not just for the lumini, but for forgotten joys and moments of pure connection that were too beautiful to vanish entirely. It was a library between dimensions, a sanctuary for feeling. But the hustle and noise of the world below was making it harder for these quiet moments to be noticed, to be felt deeply enough to echo into this realm. The reason for the fading wasn't malice, it was neglect. The world was forgetting how to listen to its own gentle music. As they neared the heart of the realm, the grand Athenaeum of echoes, the air grew still and the light dim. The great library was a cavernous, open-air structure made of intertwined living vines that pulsed with a fading light. At its center was not a book, but a great, dormant crystal, the core of resonance. It was silent. Aurelia floated before it, her light flickering weakly. The other lumini gathered around, their colors muted, their music a sorrowful, slow dirge that vibrated in Kaelen's bones. He felt their despair, a cold emptiness. He clutched his locket, the scent of lavender and hearth ash filling his nose, a stark contrast to the dying magic around him. He wasn't a hero. He didn't have great power. All he had was his own small heart and the memory of home it carried. He thought of what home felt like. It wasn't just a place. It was the smell of his grandmother's stew, the texture of his favorite wool blanket, the sound of her humming while she knitted, the feeling of being completely and utterly safe. It was a quiet, constant joy. An idea, soft as a dandelion seed, landed in his mind. He walked up to the silent crystal. He placed his hand upon its cool, smooth surface. He closed his eyes, opened his heart, and began to hum. It was the same tuneless, comforting hum his grandmother used. He poured into it every sensory memory of home he possessed, the crunch of autumn leaves underfoot, the taste of hot chocolate, the weight of a cat purring on his lap, the sight of fireflies in a jar, the feel of a loved one's hand in his. He focused on the simple, profound joy of connection, to a person, to a pet, to a moment of peace. He poured the scent from his locket into his intention, the very essence of his home. A soft warmth began to spread under his palm. A single clear note rang out from the crystal, pure and sweet as a glass bell. Then another, and another. The lumini, startled, began to pulse in time with the notes. One drifted forward and touched the crystal, then another and another. Each touch was a story, a feeling, a memory of joy from their own long existence. The crystal began to glow, first a faint amber, then a brilliant, warm gold. The light traveled up through the vines of the Athenaeum, causing them to bloom with flowers that smelled of vanilla and sunlight. The light shot out in beams, connecting with each distant spire of remembrance. One by one they ignited like beacons, their light reflecting off the cloud floor until the entire glimmering steps was awash in a radiant, joyful dawn. The music returned not as a sad echo, but as a triumphant, harmonious symphony of light and sound that vibrated through the air, through the clouds, through Kaelen's very soul. The lumini swirled around him in a dazzling dance, their forms bursting with vibrant colors, their touch on his skin now filled with exuberant gratitude and renewed vitality. He had not brought a grand, external magic. He had simply remembered. He had offered his own small, quiet joy, and in doing so had reminded the realm of its own purpose. He understood himself then. His loneliness had been a hollow space waiting to be filled not by finding something new, but by sharing what he already carried inside. Kaelen knew his time there was ending. The cloud path back to his world was shimmering into existence, looking more solid and welcoming than before. Aurelia floated before him, her light now a constant, warm gold. She didn't touch his hand this time. Instead, she gently brushed against the locket on his chest. A new sensation filled him, a promise. The memory of this place, its scents, its sounds, its feelings, would now live within his locket too, a second layer of home he could carry forever. And the lumini would always be there, guardians of quiet joy, and he their humble friend in the world below. He stepped back onto the path, the soft clouds springing under his feet. He looked back one last time at the glimmering steps, now radiant and alive, a symphony of light against the twilight sky. The air smelled of jasmine and hope. Arriving back in his own backyard, the ordinary sounds of crickets and the distant hum of a car felt both strange and deeply comforting. He opened his locket. The scent of lavender and hearth ash was still there, strong and familiar. But now, if he breathed in very deeply, he could just detect the faint, sweet trace of night-blooming jasmine and the electric tang of starlight. He smiled, closing the locket and holding it tight. He was home. And he knew now that home wasn't just a place you lived. It was a feeling you carried, a song you held in your heart, ready to be shared whenever the world grew a little too quiet. And as he drifted to sleep that night, the gentle, harmonious hum of the lumini was the most peaceful lullaby he had ever known. Story 5. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She was a quiet child with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that often felt too big for her small frame. While other children chased fireflies or built forts in the meadows, Anya preferred to sit on the stone wall at the edge of her garden, watching the world soften as the sun dipped below the horizon. She felt, in a way she could never quite explain, that she was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth she couldn't find in the familiar comforts of home. One evening, as a chill autumn breeze began to stir the fallen leaves, Anya's grandmother called her inside. The old woman's cottage was a place of perpetual comfort, smelling always of cinnamon, dried herbs, and burning oak. That night, a particular urgency filled the air. "Come close, little one," her grandmother said, her voice a soft rasp like the pages of a well-loved book. She sat in her worn armchair by the hearth, the fire casting dancing shadows across her wise, wrinkled face. In her lap she held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "This," she said, unwrapping the cloth with tender care, "has been in our family for longer than anyone can remember." Nestled in the velvet was a lantern, but it was unlike any lantern Anya had ever seen. It was forged from what looked like ancient, darkened copper, etched with patterns of vines and stars. Its glass was not clear, but had the smoky, depthless quality of an old window pane. And within, instead of a candle or wick, there rested a single, perfect ember. It did not blaze, but glowed with a deep, pulsing light, as if holding the very heart of a fire within it. "They call it the hearth ember," her grandmother whispered. "It is said that it does not light the way to somewhere, but the way for someone. It glows for those who are lost, not in the world, but in themselves. When its light grows steady and strong, it means it has found its keeper. And for the first time in my long life, my dear, it is glowing for you." Anya reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, and took the lantern. The moment her skin touched the cool metal, the ember within flared, casting a warm, amber light that filled the cottage with a cozy radiance. It was a light that felt like a hug, like a secret understood, like coming home. "It has chosen you," her grandmother said, her eyes shining with tears and pride. "But its full purpose is not mine to tell. You must follow its light. It will guide you on a journey. Trust it and trust yourself." That night, Anya could not sleep. The lantern sat on her bedside table, its ember pulsing gently, rhythmically, like a sleeping heartbeat. It filled her room with a soft, golden warmth and painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. She felt a pull, a quiet insistence that grew with each passing hour. Just before dawn, as the first birds began their tentative songs, the light from the lantern brightened, its beam pointing insistently toward her window, toward the dark, sleeping forest. With a resolve that surprised her, Anya dressed in her warmest clothes, pulled on her sturdy boots, and fastened a leather strap to the lantern so she could carry it. She left a note for her parents, kissed her sleeping grandmother's cheek, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest at dawn was a world of soft sounds and muted colors. Mist clung to the spiderwebs like strings of pearls, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. The hearth ember's light cut a gentle path before her, not a harsh beam, but a warm invitation. It led her off the well-trodden path and into the deeper, older parts of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She walked for hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of leaves underfoot, the chatter of a squirrel, and the distant call of a crow. She was not afraid. The lantern's glow was a constant companion, a sphere of safety and warmth in the vast, green dimness. It was during the afternoon, as she paused to drink from a clear, cold stream, that she first heard the other sound. It was a soft, melodic humming, intertwined with the babble of the water. It was a sad tune, yet beautiful, like a memory of a lost joy. Anya followed the sound, the lantern's light seeming to brighten in approval. She found the source of the music in a small clearing. Sitting on a mossy log, whittling a piece of wood with a small knife, was a boy. He looked to be about her age, with hair the color of autumn leaves and a face smudged with dirt. He was so engrossed in his carving and his humming that he didn't notice her at first. But the creature curled at his feet did. It was a fox, but not an ordinary fox. Its fur was the deep, russet red of the ember in her lantern, and it had intelligent, golden eyes that watched her with curious solemnity. It did not startle or snarl. It simply thumped its bushy tail once on the ground in a quiet greeting. The boy looked up then, and his humming ceased. His eyes, a clear and startling green, widened in surprise, but not fear. "Hello," Anya said softly, not wanting to shatter the peace of the clearing. "Hello," the boy replied, his voice quiet. He looked at the lantern in her hand, and his gaze lingered on its glow. "You have a warm light." It's called the hearth ember, Anya explained. It's guiding me. The boy nodded slowly, as if this made perfect sense. I am Finn, he said. And this, he gestured to the fox, who had now stood and stretched, is Ember. He gave a small, sad smile. I found him with a wounded paw a season ago. We keep each other company. Anya learned that Finn lived in a small, carefully hidden shelter made of woven branches and earth, not far from the clearing. He was an orphan, he explained simply, and the forest was his home. He knew every bird's nest, every berry patch, every secret path. The forest provides, he said, if you know how to listen to it. Anya shared her story of her grandmother, the lantern, and the feeling that she was meant to find something. Finn listened intently, his green eyes thoughtful. The old stories speak of a glade, he said after a moment. A hidden place where the world is softer, where things that are lost sometimes find their way. They say its entrance is guarded by sorrow and revealed by warmth. He looked at her lantern. Perhaps your light is the warmth. And so an unexpected friendship was forged there in the dappled light of the clearing. Finn decided to join her. The woods can be tricky, he said. I can help you read its signs, and Ember has a nose for mysteries. The fox, upon hearing its name, trotted over and nudged Anya's hand with its cool, wet nose. Their journey continued, now as a trio. Finn's knowledge was a marvel. He showed her which mushrooms were safe to eat, how to find sweet water in hollowed stones, and how to move through the undergrowth without a sound. Ember would often trot ahead, his red tail a flickering beacon, then double back to make sure they were following. As they walked, they talked. Anya spoke of her village, of her family, of the quiet loneliness she sometimes felt, even when surrounded by love. Finn spoke of the trees as his brothers and sisters, of learning the language of the wind, of the deep, abiding peace he found in his solitude, though he confessed to moments of a longing he couldn't name. The hearth ember's light continued to guide them, growing steadily brighter as the day wore on. It led them up a steep, rocky incline where the trees grew stunted and twisted. At the top, they found a breathtaking view of the forest canopy stretching out like a rumpled green quilt below them. But the lantern's beam pointed downward, into a narrow, dark ravine shrouded in shadow and a deep, profound silence. A sense of melancholy hung in the air here. The cheerful chirping of birds was absent. The wind seemed to sigh as it passed through. This is the place the stories call the Vale of Whispering Sorrow, Finn said, his voice hushed. They say sadness pools here from all over the forest. Lost loves, forgotten dreams, they settle in the shadows. The entrance to the ravine was a tangle of thorny vines and weepy gray trees. It looked impenetrable and deeply unwelcoming. The air was cold and Anya shivered, pulling her cloak tighter. The hearth ember's light, however, burned brighter than ever, its warm glow pushing back against the oppressive gloom. The entrance is guarded by sorrow, Finn murmured, recalling his own words. He looked nervous, and Ember pressed close to his leg, whining softly. Anya held the lantern high. She thought not of fear, but of the warmth in her grandmother's cottage. She thought of the kindness in Finn's eyes, of the trust in Ember's gaze. She thought of the love that had passed this lantern down through generations. She focused on that feeling, letting it fill her heart until it felt like the lantern itself was glowing from within her chest. As she did, something magical happened. The hearth ember's light intensified, not in a flash, but in a great, gentle wave of golden warmth. It flowed out from the lantern like honey, washing over the thorny vines and the gray trees. Where the light touched, the thorns did not vanish, but they softened, curling back to reveal a path. The gray trees seemed to sigh, and tiny silver-leafed buds appeared on their branches, glowing with a soft, reflected light. The wave of warmth poured into the ravine, and as it did, the deep shadows within seemed to lighten, as if a burden had been lifted. The way was open. Holding the lantern before them, Anya and Finn, with Ember at their heels, stepped into the veil of whispering sorrow. The air was still cool, but it was no longer cold. It was the cool of a quiet evening, not of a desolate tomb. And the whispers were there, but they were no longer just of sadness. They were whispers of memory, of love that had been, of hopes that were still cherished. The warmth of the hearth ember had not erased the sorrow, but had transformed it, making it a part of the story rather than the end of it. At the very heart of the veil they found it. The hidden glade. It was a perfect circle of impossibly green grass, dotted with tiny white flowers that gleamed like stars. In the center stood an ancient, majestic willow tree, its long, graceful branches trailing in a crystal-clear pond. The air hummed with a peaceful, vibrant energy. Sunlight, though it was late afternoon, seemed to filter down invisible shafts of gold, catching motes of pollen that danced like fairy dust. And there, nestled in the roots of the great willow, was a small, simple pedestal made of smooth, white stone. It was empty. The beam from the hearth ember narrowed, pointing directly at the empty pedestal. Understanding washed over Anya. This was not about finding an object. It was about completing one. With a heart full of certainty, she walked to the pedestal. She could feel the eyes of the glade upon her, the ancient willow, the shining flowers, the very air itself waiting. She carefully unhooked the lantern, and with a reverence that felt innate, placed it upon the white stone. The moment the lantern touched the pedestal, the ember within flared into a brilliant, joyous blaze. A column of pure, golden light shot upward, piercing the canopy of the willow and spiraling into the sky. The light did not hurt the eyes. It was a light of pure essence, of warmth in home and heart. And then the light began to change. It flowed out from the lantern, not as a beam, but as a liquid radiance, spreading across the grass, tracing the patterns of the vines on the lantern's surface onto the earth, flowing into the pond until the water itself glowed from within. The entire hidden glade was awash in a gentle, magical luminescence. From the light taking form in the pond, images began to rise, not solid, but made of shimmering warmth and memory. Anya saw her grandmother as a young woman, placing the lantern on this very pedestal. She saw her great-grandmother and generations before her, each taking their turn, each being chosen. She saw moments of their lives, joys, sorrows, acts of kindness, lessons learned. The lantern was not just an object, it was a vessel, a keeper of the family's heart, a beacon that ensured the warmth of their spirit would never be extinguished. The lesson was not whispered, it was felt. The hearth ember's purpose was to find its keeper when the world outside grew cold, or when the keeper's own inner light began to flicker. The journey was the transformation. By leaving her home, by facing the unknown, by offering friendship and accepting it, by bringing warmth to a place of sorrow, Anya had proven herself. She had stoked her own inner ember until it burned bright and true. The brilliant light slowly receded, flowing back into the lantern until it once again housed its single, perfect, pulsing ember. But something was different. The lantern now glowed with a serene, steady light, and a deep sense of peace radiated from it. The task was complete. Anya knew she could take the lantern home now. Its light would always burn steadily for her, a constant reminder of her own strength and the warmth she carried within. But she also knew that one day it would begin to pulse again for another, for her own child or grandchild or another member of her family who needed to find their way. She picked up the lantern. Its warmth seeped into her hands, a familiar and comforting weight. Finn, who had watched the entire spectacle with awe, walked over to her. He wasn't looking at the lantern, but at the glade itself. A look of profound peace had settled on his face. "I'm not lost anymore," he said quietly, more to himself than to her. the longing he couldn't name had been answered. He had found a friend. He had been part of a miracle. He belonged to a story larger than himself. Anya smiled. You never were. They spent that night in the hidden glade, safe and warm in its radiant embrace. They ate the berries and nuts Finn had foraged, and drank the sweet water from the pond. They talked little, simply sitting together under the starry sky that was now visible through the willow's branches, the hearth ember sitting between them, its light mingling with the starlight. The next morning they began the journey back. The return felt different. The path seemed clearer, the sun brighter, the forest more friendly. Anya carried the lantern, but she no longer felt it was guiding her. She was guiding herself, its light now a part of her own. When they reached the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the stone wall of Anya's garden came into view, they stopped. It was time to say goodbye. Will you be all right? Anya asked Finn, her heart aching at the thought of leaving him in the woods. Finn nodded, a genuine, easy smile on his face for the first time. I have always been all right, but now I am better. I have a friend. He gestured to the forest around him. And this will always be my home, but you will know where to find me, and I will know when you are near. Ember rubbed against Anya's legs in a fond farewell. With a promise to return, to visit and share stories, Anya watched as Finn and Ember turned and disappeared back into the dappled shadows of the trees, becoming one with the forest once more. She walked the final steps to her home, the hearth ember held gently in her hand. Her family rushed out to meet her, their faces etched with worry that melted into relief and wonder as they saw her, safe, changed, glowing with a new confidence. That night, after she had told them the whole story, of Finn, of Ember, of the Veil and the glade, she sat with her grandmother by the fire. The old woman listened, her eyes twinkling, and when Anya was finished, she simply took her hand and squeezed it. The ember outside burns bright, her grandmother said, nodding at the fireplace. But the one inside burns brightest of all. You have found it, my child. You have brought its warmth home. Anya went to bed, the hearth ember placed once more on her bedside table. Its light was steady and calm, a silent sentinel in the night. She listened to the soft crackle of the dying fire in the next room, felt the weight of her blankets, and smelled the familiar scent of home. She thought of Finn, likely curled up in his shelter with Ember, listening to the whispers of the forest. She thought of the hidden glade, shining under the stars, a secret warmth held in the heart of the world. She thought of the journey, the fear she had faced, the friendship she had found, and the strength she had discovered within herself. And as she drifted into sleep, the lantern's gentle glow merged with the moonbeams streaming through her window, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow on the walls. She was no longer waiting. She was complete. And her dreams were deep, peaceful, and warm, filled with the gentle magic of a story that had found its happy ending, and the quiet promise of many more yet to come. The fire crackled its lullaby in the hearth, the house settled around her, and all was well. Story 6. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelen decided to uncover the truth. Kaelen was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelen set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelen had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelen had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelen said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelen saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelen knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelen's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelen smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart. But the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. "I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother." Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelen held out her hand. "Come," she said. "Let's find another way." Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelen raised her hand gently. "There is no thief here," she said, her voice clear and calm. "Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply." She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. "There is another way," she said. "A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness. So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelen had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. "Thank you," she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelen. "I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again." Kaelen smiled. "You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both." That night, as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. Story 7. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone, it likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone, it was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny, bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. Story 8. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch." Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade, and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. "No," Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark, without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. "The balance is restored," the guardian said. "Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again." Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star nettle's glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. Story 9. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the twilight lingered just a little longer than anywhere else. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, the cobblestone streets would glow with the soft light of lanterns shaped like fireflies, and the air would fill with the gentle chime of the clock tower marking the 7th hour. It was a place where the ordinary brushed gently against the magical, and where the villagers took comfort in small, steady rhythms. But one autumn evening, as young Finn sat on his windowsill counting the first stars to appear, he noticed something peculiar. The constellation of the Silver Swan, which always shone brightest directly above the old oak tree, was missing. Not a single star twinkled where the swan's graceful neck should curve. He blinked, thinking perhaps a cloud had passed, but the sky was clear and deep as a sapphire. The next night it happened again. This time the hunter's bow had vanished. And the night after that, the entire cluster of the dancing maidens was simply gone. No one else seemed to notice at first. The baker was too busy perfecting his cinnamon swirl bread, the weaver too absorbed in her shimmering threads, and the clockmaker too focused on the gentle tick-tock of his creations. But Finn, with his curious heart and watchful eyes, felt a quiet unease. The night sky felt incomplete, like a story missing its most beautiful chapter. He decided to visit Elder Maeve, who lived in a cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where wind chimes made of seashells and silver bells sang with every breeze. Her home smelled of dried lavender and honeyed tea, and her wisdom was woven into every tale she told. "The stars aren't just lights, dear Finn," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "They're keepers of stories. If they're disappearing, perhaps a story is being forgotten." She hummed an old nursery rhyme half under her breath. "When the swan takes flight and the bowstring sighs, seek the weaver who threads the skies. Find the map that the moon once knew. Follow the path of the morning dew." Finn repeated the words, letting them settle in his mind like seeds waiting to sprout. Could it be a clue? The next morning, with a small satchel of oat biscuits and a warm woolen scarf, he set off to solve the mystery. His first thought was the village weaver, whose looms clacked rhythmically from dawn till dusk. Her workshop was filled with bolts of cloth in colors that seemed to shift in the light, deep blues that hinted at midnight, greens that shimmered like forest moss, and golds that glowed like captured sunlight. "Missing stars," she mused, not looking up from her work. "Perhaps they've simply grown tired of shining. Even stars need rest, you know." But then she paused. "Although last week my threads kept tangling into shapes like constellations, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks, and my blue dye, it's been fading faster than usual, almost as if the night itself is losing its color." Finn thanked her and continued on, his mind whirring. Fading dye. Tangled threads. It felt significant, but not quite the answer. Next, he visited the clockmaker, whose shop was filled with the gentle, rhythmic ticking of 100 timepieces. The grandest of them all was the moon phase clock, which chimed on the hour with a sound like raindrops on crystal. "Stars vanishing, you say?" The clockmaker adjusted his spectacles. "Time has been feeling a little loose lately. My pendulum clocks have been swaying out of rhythm, and the sundial in the garden shows shadows moving backward in the late afternoon. Perhaps time itself is unwinding." This, too, was curious, but not quite right. Finn felt a flicker of frustration. What if he was on the wrong path entirely? As he wandered past the village square, he noticed the flower seller tending to her pots. Usually her blossoms were bright and cheerful, but today the petals of the midnight blues and starry whites had dulled to a pale gray. "It's the oddest thing," she sighed. "My evening glories usually bloom at sunset, but now they're opening at noon and closing at dawn, and their color, it's seeping away like sand in an hourglass." Finn's heart leapt. Blooms changing their rhythm. Colors fading. It reminded him of the weaver's dye and the clockmaker's backward shadows. They were all connected, but how? That evening he sat beneath the old oak tree, watching as yet another star, this time from the Little Dipper, flickered and vanished. A soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves above him. And then he heard it, a faint, melodic humming coming from deep within the whispering woods. It was the same tune Elder Maeve had hummed, the nursery rhyme about the weaver and the map. Curiosity alight like a lantern in his chest, Finn followed the sound. The forest path was lined with ferns that glimmered with dewdrops, and fireflies bobbed around him like floating embers. Deeper he went until he reached a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood a small, ancient stone well, covered in moss and carved with star patterns. And sitting beside it was a little girl, no older than him, humming softly as she dipped a brush into a basin of what looked like liquid starlight. She looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. "You can't see me," she whispered. Finn nodded, too astonished to speak. "I'm Lyra," she said. "The keeper of the Well of Wishes. Every night I collect starlight to paint the dreams of sleeping children, but lately the starlight has been fading. I thought if I borrowed a little extra from the sky, just for a while, I could make the dreams brighter, but the more I take, the faster it fades." Her voice trembled. "I didn't mean to make the stars disappear." Finn's heart swelled with understanding. This was no malicious act, only a lonely child trying to spread a little more joy. He remembered the weaver's tangled threads, the clockmaker's swaying pendulums, the flower seller fading blooms, all because the balance of night and starlight had been disturbed. "You don't need to take the starlight," Finn said gently. "The dreams are bright enough because they are made with kindness. And look," he pointed to the well, where the water now shimmered with a soft, internal glow. "The well has its own light, you just have to let it shine." Together, they poured the borrowed starlight back into the well. As they did, the water began to glow even brighter, and one by one, the stars reappeared in the sky above. First the silver swan, then the hunter's bow, and finally the dancing maidens, twinkling more brilliantly than ever. When Finn returned to the village the next morning, he told the villagers everything. Rather than anger, they felt wonder. The weaver offered to weave a new tapestry of the night sky, using threads dipped in the well's glow. The clockmaker adjusted his clocks to chime in harmony with the rising stars. The flower seller planted evening glories around the well, their petals now gleaming with captured starlight. And Lyra was no longer alone. The children of Willowbrook took turns visiting her, bringing stories and laughter, and the dreams she painted became more vivid than ever, not because she used more starlight, but because she painted with friendship. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the clock tower chiming softly in the distance, he looked out his window and saw the full constellation of the silver swan shining brightly over the old oak tree. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the gentle sound of Lyra's humming and the scent of night-blooming flowers. And he knew, as he drifted into a dream woven from starlight and kindness, that some mysteries are best solved not by fear, but by a caring heart and a willingness to listen. For in the quiet moments just between waking and sleeping, the truest magic reveals itself, gentle, persistent, and full of light. Story 10. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing across the room like golden memories given form. In that warm, flickering glow, let me tell you story of a young woman who discovered that her roots ran deeper than the oldest oak, and that remembrance was a song that never truly fades. For as long as she could remember, the young woman had felt a quiet emptiness in her heart, a sense of being untethered, like a leaf carried on an unknown wind. She lived in a small cottage at the edge of a whispering forest, a home that had been in her family for generations, though she knew little of those who had come before her. Her grandmother had passed when she was just a child, taking many stories with her. One autumn evening, while cleaning the attic, she discovered a small wooden chest tucked beneath the eaves, covered in a fine layer of dust that sparkled like forgotten starlight in the dimness. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, was a music box carved from dark cherry wood. On its lid was inlaid a pattern of constellations she did not recognize, and when she lifted it, a faint scent of lavender and old parchment drifted up. As she opened the box, a melody began to play, simple, gentle, and hauntingly familiar. It was the same lullaby her grandmother used to hum, the one that went, "Sleep beneath the starlight, dear," the same that guides the wandering year. What was and what will be are near. No place for doubt, no room for fear. The notes seemed to shimmer in the air, and as they faded, the woman felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. Curling up right there among the trunks and memories, she drifted into dreams. In her dream, she stood beneath a great willow tree whose branches trailed like silver hair in the moonlight. Sitting on a root worn smooth by time was a woman who looked much like her grandmother, but younger, with eyes that held the patience of mountains. "Hello, little Leif," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "You found the song." "Who are you?" the dreamer asked. "I am the keeper of stories," she replied. "And you are the listener. Come sit, the night is long and there is much to remember." As the dreamer settled beside her, the woman began to speak, and her words wove into visions. She told of a girl, her great-great-grandmother, who had stitched the constellations onto the lid of the music box after watching the sky night after night from this very attic window. She had been an astronomer when women were seldom acknowledged as such, charting stars not for fame, but for love. Within that story lay another, the tale of how the melody had been composed by the girl's own mother, a healer who sang it to comfort the sick and weary during a long, harsh winter. And within that story yet another, of how the wood for the music box came from a cherry tree planted by the first of their line to settle in this very valley, a woman who believed trees remembered all they witnessed. Story nestled within story, memory within memory, like layers of a protective charm. Night after night the young woman returned to the music box, and each time she dreamed, another ancestor came to her, not as ghost or phantom, but as a presence felt in the scent of rain on dry earth, the sound of leaves brushing against her window, the warmth that lingered in a sunlit spot on the floor. They were there in the way the morning light caught the dewdrops, in the pattern of frost on the pane. They shared with her not only their triumphs, but their regrets. The astronomer who wished she had written down more of her observations. The healer who regretted not teaching her daughter the names of all the medicinal herbs. The planter of the cherry tree who wondered if she had loved the land enough. And with each telling, the same lullaby echoed, tying the tales together. "Sleep beneath the starlight, dear," the same that guides the wandering year. One evening, as the first snow of winter began to fall, the young woman realized with a soft, sure clarity that her heritage was not just in the stories or the music box. It lived in her hands, her breath, her choices. It was in the way she tended her garden, in the kindness she offered strangers, in the patience she learned from listening. Her ancestors lived on not because she possessed their things, but because she practiced their love. That night, she did not dream of guides or visions. Instead, she woke with a deep sense of peace, as if old regrets not hers, but those passed down like fragile heirlooms, had been gently laid to rest. She went to the window and looked up at the constellations she now could name, thanks to the stories woven into her dreams. She took out a notebook and began to write, not only the stories she had been told, but her own. She sketched the stars, pressed autumn leaves between the pages, and noted the recipes she created from the herbs in her garden. She understood now that she was not at the end of a line, but in the middle of a continuing song. And sometimes, on quiet nights like this one, she would open the music box and let the melody fill the room. She would hum along, adding her voice to the chorus of those who had come before, and those still to come. What was and what will be are near. No place for doubt, no room for fear. For she had learned that roots are not anchors holding us in place. They are the deep, steady rhythm that lets us grow toward the light. And remembrance is not about looking back, but about bringing forward the love that never fades. And so, dear listener, as the fire burns low and the night grows deep, may you too feel the gentle presence of those who came before you, not as shadows, but as starlight guiding you home. Sleep now and dream kindly. Story 11. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun had fully retreated. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. It was in this realm of shadows and soft luminescence that a young, wide-eyed badger named Bramble found himself drawn night after night, his heart aching to understand the forest's deepest secrets. Bramble lived at the edge of the woods, where the wild met the tame, and though he had explored many of its sunlit paths, it was the nocturnal world that called to him most persistently. One evening, as the last rays of sunset faded into violet twilight, he decided to venture deeper than ever before. His mother had warned him of the forest's mysteries, but curiosity bloomed within him like the night-blooming cereus that unfurled its petals only under the stars. The forest floor was a tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, each step producing a soft, cushioned sound that seemed to harmonize with the distant hush of the wind through the pines. Fireflies drifted like living embers, casting fleeting golden lights upon ferns and foxgloves. Above, the moon hung like a polished pearl, its light filtering through the branches in delicate shafts that illuminated patches of glowing mushrooms clustered around tree roots like nature's own lanterns. As Bramble wandered, he began to notice the subtle communications of the forest. The trees seemed to whisper to one another, their leaves rustling in a language too ancient for him to decipher. A nearby stream gurgled over smooth, dark stones, each bubble bursting with a story of distant mountains and rain-soaked clouds. Even the stones themselves, moss-covered and patient, seemed to hold memories in their cool, solid silence. He paused by the stream, dipping his paw into water that felt like liquid moonlight. It was then that he heard it, a soft, melodic hooting that seemed to weave through the sounds of the night. Following the sound, Bramble found himself in a starlit clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms, and perched upon the lowest bough was a great horned owl with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. "Good evening, little traveler," the owl said, her voice a gentle rumble that vibrated through the air like distant thunder. "You seem to be searching for something." Bramble bowed his head respectfully. "I wish to understand the forest's magic," he confessed. "I hear the trees speaking, the stream singing, and the stones remembering, but I cannot comprehend their language." The owl blinked slowly, her golden eyes catching the moonlight. "The forest speaks in sensations, not words," she explained. "To understand, you must learn to listen not with your ears, but with your entire being. Come, sit with me a while." As Bramble settled at the base of the oak, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered upon the leaves like countless tiny drums. The sound created a natural melody that mingled with the whisper of the wind and the steady drip, drip, drip from the branches above. The owl spread her wings slightly, creating a dry shelter for the young badger. "Watch the rain upon the stream," the owl murmured. "See how each drop creates ripples that travel outward, touching everything they encounter. So it is with understanding. It begins with a single moment of attention and expands to embrace the whole world." Bramble watched, mesmerized, as the raindrops danced upon the water's surface. He noticed how the bioluminescent fungi along the bank seemed to brighten with each drop, their soft blue-green glow pulsing in rhythm with the rainfall. The very air seemed to shimmer with magic. "Every season brings its own wisdom," the owl continued. "In spring, the forest teaches of new beginnings as buds unfurl and creatures awaken. Summer shows the joy of abundance and growth. Autumn reveals the beauty of release as leaves fall without resistance. And winter." She paused as a particularly soft gust of wind rustled the leaves above. Winter teaches the magic of rest and renewal, when everything appears still yet is preparing for what is to come. As if on cue, the rain gradually ceased, leaving the forest washed clean and sparkling. The clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars, so bright they seemed close enough to touch. In the renewed silence, Bramble began to hear the forest differently. The gurgle of the stream now sounded like laughter, the rustle of leaves like gentle advice, and even the stones seemed to emanate a low, comforting hum. "Try closing your eyes," the owl suggested softly. Bramble did as instructed, and without visual distractions, his other senses heightened. He felt the cool dampness of the moss beneath his paws, smelled the petrichor rising from the earth, heard the symphony of the night, the cheer-up of crickets, the occasional flutter of wings, the distant call of a fox. Gradually he began to sense the connections between all these elements, how each sound, scent, and sensation wove together into the forest's living tapestry. When he opened his eyes again, the world seemed transformed. The bioluminescent fungi glowed with renewed intensity, casting dreamlike patterns upon the trees. The moonlight appeared to dance with the shadows, creating shifting silver patterns upon the forest floor. Even the air felt different, charged with a gentle energy that tingled against his fur. "The magic you seek has been here all along," the owl said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It exists in the cycle of the seasons, the communication between all living things, and the quiet spaces between sounds. You need only learn to perceive it." For what felt like both moments and eternity, Bramble sat with the owl, absorbing the lessons of the night. He watched as moths with dusted silver wings fluttered around the glowing mushrooms, as the stream continued its endless journey over stones worn smooth by time, as the stars wheeled slowly overhead in their ancient dance. When the first hint of dawn began to tinge the eastern sky with pale rose and gold, the owl stirred. "The day approaches," she said, "and with it different magic. Remember what you have learned here tonight. The forest's wisdom is always available to those who approach with open senses and a quiet heart." Bramble rose, feeling both weary and wonderfully alive. "Thank you," he said, bowing again to the wise owl. "I will remember." As he made his way back toward the forest's edge, the nocturnal creatures began to retreat to their dens and hollows. The fireflies dimmed their lights, the mushrooms gradually faded their glow, and the whispers of the trees softened to morning murmurs. Yet Bramble carried the magic with him, in the memory of the rain's gentle patter, the owl's wise presence, and the profound connection he had felt to the living, breathing world around him. Reaching his burrow just as the sun's first rays touched the treetops, Bramble settled into his nest of dried leaves and soft moss. As he drifted into sleep, the boundaries between dreams and memory blurred. He could still hear the stream's laughter, feel the cool kiss of moonlight upon his fur, and sense the patient wisdom of stones that had witnessed countless seasons come and go. And in his dreams he understood the language of the forest perfectly, not as words but as feelings. The comfort of roots deep in rich soil, the joy of water dancing toward the sea, the patience of stones holding space through time, and the gentle certainty that rest always gives way to renewal, just as night always yields to dawn. Story 12. In the quiet valley of Whisperwood, where the twilight lingered just a little longer and the stars shone just a little brighter, there lived a young soul named Kaelen. Kaelen was quiet as the morning dew and moved through life with a gentle uncertainty, as if afraid their footsteps might disturb the world's delicate balance. Each evening they would sit by the hearth, watching the embers fade from fiery orange to soft, glowing crimson, and wonder when, or if, they too might find their own light. Kaelen's skin had always been pale as moonlight, but lately something peculiar had begun to happen. Tiny, silvery patterns, like the delicate veins of a frost-kissed leaf, had started to trace their way along Kaelen's arms. At first they hid them beneath long sleeves, afraid others might find them strange. But the patterns only grew, shimmering faintly in certain lights, and with them came another oddity. Whenever Kaelen felt a flicker of courage or clarity, the air around them would hum with a soft, golden warmth, and nearby plants would unfurl just a little more. One afternoon, as Kaelen wandered through the sun-dappled woods feeling particularly small and unseen, they came upon a garden unlike any other. It was nestled in a hidden clearing where willows wept gently into a crystal-clear brook, and every flower, every leaf, seemed to pulse with a quiet magic. In the center of this sanctuary stood an elderly gardener with eyes the color of rich soil, and a smile that felt like coming home. "I wondered when you might find your way here," the gardener said, their voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "This is the garden of becoming. It has been waiting for you." Kaelen blinked in surprise. "Waiting for me, but I don't understand." The gardener gestured to a patch of earth where nothing seemed to grow. "This is your plot. It reflects what you feel inside. Barren now, perhaps, but not hopeless." They handed Kaelen a small pouch made of velvet the color of midnight. "Inside are seeds, but these are no ordinary seeds. They will only grow when you do." And so began Kaelen's gentle metamorphosis. Each day, Kaelen returned to the garden. At first, the soil remained dark and dormant. But the gardener was always there, not with instructions, but with quiet companionship. They taught Kaelen how to listen to the wind, how to feel the sun's encouragement, how to be still enough to hear their own heartbeat. One morning, as Kaelen sat beside the empty plot, they remembered a moment from childhood when they had stood up for a smaller child being teased. The memory brought with it a faint but sure sense of pride. And as that feeling swelled within, a single, determined shoot pushed through the earth, a slender stem with one leaf that glimmered like polished jade. It was a small victory, but it was Kaelen's. Encouraged, Kaelen began to notice other changes. The silvery patterns on their skin no longer felt like a curse, but like a map of something waiting to be discovered. When Kaelen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in years, a cluster of butter-yellow blossoms sprouted near the brook, their petals soft as whispered secrets. When doubt crept in, the flowers would wilt slightly, but the gardener would simply smile and say, "All growth requires patience." Even the mightiest oak was once a seed that trembled in the dark. As the seasons turned, Kaelen's garden began to flourish. With every moment of understanding, every act of kindness toward themselves, new plants emerged. There were velvety purple flowers that bloomed when Kaelen spoke their mind, and vines that curled into intricate patterns when they allowed themselves to dream. The garden had become a living portrait of Kaelen's heart. But the greatest change was yet to come. One evening, as the last light of day faded and the fireflies began their dance, Kaelen felt a familiar ache, the fear of never being enough, of never fully becoming who they were meant to be. They looked down at their arms, now adorned with silver tracings that glowed softly in the twilight, and felt not shame, but a quiet curiosity. The gardener approached, carrying something delicate and shimmering between their hands. It was a cocoon woven from threads of starlight and moonlight, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. "This," the gardener said softly, "is for you. It is not a prison, but a promise. Inside, something is changing, something beautiful, but it cannot be rushed." Kaelen took the cocoon, holding it as though it were made of breath and hope. For days they sat with it in the garden, watching, waiting, learning to simply be. And as they practiced patience, the cocoon began to glow brighter, humming with an energy that felt both ancient and new. Then one morning, as the first rays of sun stretched across the clearing, the cocoon began to split. Not with a tear, but with a gentle unfurling, as if it were a flower welcoming the dawn. From within emerged not a creature with wings, but a soft, radiant light that floated upward and settled above Kaelen's head like a crown made of dawn itself. And in that moment, Kaelen understood. The silver patterns on their skin shimmered brilliantly, no longer just markings, but part of a luminous tapestry that told the story of their growth. The garden erupted in a symphony of color and scent. flowers of every hue nodding in approval, trees swaying as if in applause, and the very air humming with joy. The gardener smiled, their eyes glistening. "You see, you were never broken, you were only waiting, like a seed in the dark earth, like a caterpillar in its silken cradle, and now you have become." But Kaelen shook their head gently, a new warmth spreading through their chest. "Not become," they said. "I am becoming, and that is enough." The gardener's smile deepened. "Yes," they whispered, "that is the greatest wisdom of all." As the seasons turned once more, Kaelen tended not only their own garden, but began to help others find their way to the clearing. They never gave instructions, only companionship, only patience, only the quiet assurance that change was not something to fear, but to embrace like an old friend. And each night, as Kaelen sat by the hearth watching the embers glow, they would trace the silver patterns on their arms, not with wonder or worry, but with gratitude. For they knew now that every ending was but a new beginning, every closed door an invitation to grow, and every moment of stillness a chance to listen for the soft, sure heartbeat of their own becoming. Outside, under the starlit sky, the garden of becoming continued to bloom, each flower, each leaf, a testament to the beautiful, never-ending journey of change. And in the gentle darkness, Kaelen smiled, ready for tomorrow. Story 13. In a village nestled between the whispering hills and the murmuring sea, there lived a young soul named Kaelen, who carried a small, worn blanket woven from the wool of twilight sheep. It smelled of cinnamon and old books, and its edges were softened by countless nights of dreaming. Each evening, Kaelen would watch the sparks from the village bonfires rise into the velvety sky, wondering if they ever reached the places the elders spoke of in hushed, reverent tones, the realms where clouds were solid as marble and libraries held books that wrote themselves. One evening, as the sparks danced higher than usual, one particularly bright ember did not fade, but instead beckoned, pulsing with a gentle, golden light. Compelled by a curiosity that hummed in their very bones, Kaelen wrapped their blanket tightly around their shoulders and followed. The spark led them to a staircase woven from moonbeams and mist, each step sighing softly underfoot. At the top, Kaelen stepped onto a surface that felt like walking on warmed silk, the first of the cloud cities. Towers spiraled upward, made of spun sugar and starlight, and the air itself carried the scent of rain-kissed blossoms and distant thunderstorms. Here the inhabitants were the lumini, beings of gentle light who communicated through soft, melodic hums that vibrated in the air like plucked harp strings. They glowed with colors that shifted with their emotions, soft blues for curiosity, warm gold for welcome. Kaelen soon learned that the lumini were troubled. Their great library, a place said to exist between dimensions, where knowledge drifted like pollen on the wind, was growing dim. The books, which usually glowed with inner light, were fading, and with them the stories and wisdom of countless ages. The lumini could not enter themselves, for the library responded only to those who carried something truly heartfelt from the world below. Kaelen, with their cherished blanket, was their hope. Guided by a friendly lumina named Solas, whose light pulsed in gentle, encouraging patterns, Kaelen journeyed deeper into the enchanted realm. They passed through the grove of echoing chimes, where trees of crystalline leaves made music when touched, each note leaving a taste of honey or mint on the tongue. They rested at the Bridge of Whispers, an arch of solidified aurora that hummed with the dreams of those who crossed it. And always Kaelen kept the blanket close, its familiar weight and sent a comfort in this beautiful, unfamiliar world. At last they reached the library. It was not a building, but a series of floating islands connected by bridges of light, each island holding shelves that curved and spiraled like nautilus shells. But instead of glowing, the books were dull and silent. The air, usually fragrant with the perfume of old paper and ink, now held the faint, sad scent of dust. Solas hovered nearby, their light dimmed with worry. "The stories are fading," they hummed, the sound like a distant cello. Without them, our city will lose its wonder. We need something real, something warm from your world to rekindle them. Kaelen walked slowly between the shelves, running their fingers over the covers of the books. Some felt like cool marble, others like velvet or polished wood. Then in the deepest part of the library, they found the oldest book of all, its cover made of what seemed like night sky, dotted with tiny, fading stars. As Kaelen touched it, the blanket slipped from their shoulders and brushed against the book. A soft gasp escaped Kaelen's lips as the stars on the cover began to shimmer. One by one they brightened, and the scent of cinnamon and old books, the very scent of Kaelen's blanket, drifted upward. The pages glowed anew, and words began to write themselves in flowing silver script. It was then that Kaelen understood. The library did not need something grand or magical from the world below. It needed something honest, something loved. The blanket, woven with memories and warmth, was enough. As the light returned to the books, the whole library began to hum, a chorus of soft, resonant tones that vibrated through the islands. The luminae gathered, their lights brightening into joyful golds and violets, and they brushed against Kaelen in thanks, their touch like sunlight on skin. Solas pulsed warmly. "You have given us back our stories," they hummed. "And in return, we give you understanding." Kaelen realized then that they had not only helped the luminae, but had also discovered something within themselves, a courage nurtured by kindness, a wisdom born of empathy. They had always felt a little out of place in the village, too dreamy, too quiet. But here, their quietness was a gift. Their tenderness was strength. When it was time to return, the luminae gathered at the moonbeam staircase. Solas pressed close, and in that gentle touch, Kaelen felt a warmth spread through them, a reassurance that they would always carry a piece of this realm within. Back in the village, the night was still deep, the bonfire now mere embers. Kaelen wrapped the blanket around themselves once more, but now it carried not only the scent of cinnamon and old books, but also the faint, sweet perfume of rain-kissed blossoms and the memory of starlight on cloud towers. And every night after, when sparks rose into the sky, Kaelen smiled, knowing that some of them were not just embers, but whispers from a world where wonders never faded, and where a kind heart was the truest magic of all. Story 14. In a quiet corner of the world where the hills rolled like sleeping giants under woolen blankets of mist, there lived a girl whose skin shimmered with the colors of her feelings. When she was calm, her arms took on the soft silver of moonlight on still water. When she was joyful, her cheeks bloomed with the gentle gold of buttercups. But when she felt uncertain or afraid, her whole being would fade to the pale gray of unpolished sea glass, as though she were trying to disappear into the background. Her name was Lyra, and she lived in a small cottage with a garden that seemed to listen to her every mood. The roses would droop when she was sad, their petals closing like shy hands. The morning glories would turn toward her when she hummed, their blue faces nodding in time with her melody. But most of all, the great willow tree at the garden's heart seemed to breathe with her, its leaves sighing when she sighed, its branches swaying as if to comfort her when she stood beneath its canopy. Lyra often felt like a seed waiting to sprout, full of potential but unsure of what shape she might take. She would watch the caterpillars in the garden spin their silken cocoons, wondering what it might feel like to be wrapped in possibility, to emerge completely transformed. Her own changes felt less certain, more fragile. Some days she wished she could remain exactly as she was, a constant shimmer in a changing world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in watercolor streaks of orange and lavender, Lyra noticed that her hands had taken on a peculiar translucent quality, like the delicate wings of a dragonfly. She could almost see through them to the garden path beyond. A flutter of panic rose in her chest, and immediately her skin turned the pale gray of wood ash. It was then that she heard a voice as soft as dandelion fluff carried on a breeze. "Nothing is ever truly lost in changing," said the voice. "It is merely becoming." An old woman stood at the garden gate, her hair the color of thistledown, and her eyes the deep brown of freshly turned earth. She moved with the slow, deliberate grace of a tree growing toward the light. In her hands she carried a basket woven from willow branches, filled with seeds of every shape and size. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper. "A friend of growing things," the woman replied, her smile like the first warm day of spring. "I've been watching your garden. It tells quite a story." The woman introduced herself as Alara, though she said names were merely the shells that contained the essence of a thing, not the thing itself. She asked if she might sit a while in Lyra's garden, and Lyra, who often felt lonely in her peculiarity, nodded eagerly. As twilight deepened around them, Alara began to tell stories of other beings who changed with their feelings, of trees whose leaves turned to crystal when they learned patience, of streams that ran with liquid starlight when they discovered joy, of stones that grew warm and began to glow when they finally understood their own strength. "Change isn't something to fear," Alara said gently, her fingers tracing patterns in the soil. "It's the universe's way of singing through us. Your shimmering skin isn't a curse, it's a conversation." That night Lyra dreamed of cocoons that glowed from within, of seeds pushing tender green shoots through dark earth, of paintings that slowly shifted their colors as the artist's understanding deepened. When she woke, the first thing she noticed was that the rose bush outside her window had produced a single bloom the exact silver blue of dawn light, and her heart felt strangely light. Over the following days, Alara would appear at unexpected moments, sometimes when Lyra was tending the garden, sometimes when she was sitting quietly by the window watching the rain. She never stayed long, but her visits always left Lyra with a new perspective. "Notice how the garden responds to you," Alara said one morning as they watched a patch of moss turn a deeper green where Lyra's shadow fell. "Your feelings are not contained within you, they ripple outward, changing the world around you." Lyra began to experiment, sitting with different emotions and observing how the garden shifted. When she deliberately cultivated peace by breathing slowly and imagining still ponds, the trembling leaves of the aspen tree would grow calm. When she allowed herself to feel genuine gratitude for the sun's warmth, the sunflowers would stretch taller toward the sky. One afternoon, a particularly strong windstorm rattled the cottage windows. Lyra felt a familiar fear creeping up her spine, turning her skin the gray of storm clouds. But then she remembered Alara's words about change being a conversation. Instead of fighting the fear, she sat with it, acknowledging its presence without letting it take over. To her astonishment, the gray of her skin began to shift, developing delicate silver tracings like the veins of a leaf or the patterns of frost on glass. The wind outside gentled, and when she looked out, she saw that the garden had weathered the storm beautifully. The plants had bent but not broken, and now glistened with rainwater like jewels. This small victory filled her with a new kind of confidence, and for the first time, Lyra's skin shimmered with a color she'd never seen before, a deep, vibrant amethyst that seemed to contain both shadow and light. As the seasons turned, Lyra's transformations became less something that happened to her and more something she participated in. She learned to welcome the changes, to see them not as losses but as discoveries. The garden flourished under her growing understanding, producing flowers of impossible colors and fruits that tasted of specific emotions. One berry might carry the crisp freshness of new perspective, another the sweet warmth of comfort. One evening in late autumn, when the air carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Lyra found herself standing before the great willow tree. Its leaves had turned golden and were beginning to fall, creating a carpet of light around its trunk. She realized that she felt completely at peace with her changing nature, even eager to see what new colors might emerge. As if summoned by this realization, Alara appeared at the garden gate. She carried no basket this time, and her smile held a new quality, something between pride and farewell. You've learned what many spend lifetimes seeking, Alara said, her voice like the rustling of fallen leaves. You've discovered that the only constant is change, and that within that truth lies infinite beauty. Lyra looked down at her hands, which were shimmering with a complex pattern of colors she couldn't name, shades that seemed to shift and blend like the northern lights. I'm not afraid anymore, she said, and the words felt true in her bones. The willow tree began to glow with a soft internal light, its remaining leaves turning transparent like stained glass. As Lyra watched, something stirred in the highest branches, a cocoon she hadn't noticed before, woven from strands of moonlight and spider silk. It pulsed with light, growing brighter until it split open not with a struggle, but with a gentle unfolding. From within emerged not a moth or butterfly, but something entirely new, a creature made of light and shadow, with wings that reflected the entire garden like living mirrors. It floated down to land on Lyra's outstretched hand, weightless as a thought. Alara's form began to grow transparent, like morning mist burning away in sunlight. My work here is complete, she said, her voice now like the memory of a voice. Remember that every ending is a beginning in disguise. As Alara faded completely, Lyra noticed that where the old woman had stood, a new plant had pushed through the earth, a seedling with leaves that shimmered with the same patterns as Lyra's skin. She understood then that Alara had been both mentor and manifestation, a guide who appeared exactly when needed and transformed when her guidance was no longer necessary. That night, Lyra didn't dream of cocoons or seeds. Instead, she dreamed of a forest where every tree changed with the seasons, where rivers altered their courses without resistance, where the stars rearranged themselves into new constellations each night. She dreamed of being part of this endless, beautiful transformation, not as someone who changes, but as change itself. When she woke, the first snow of winter was falling, blanketing the garden in white. Lyra went to the window and watched as each unique snowflake found its place in the pattern. Her skin had settled into a soft luminescence like moonlight on fresh snow, and she understood that this too was temporary, that new colors would come with new understandings. She went into the garden, her bare feet leaving faint prints in the snow. The willow tree stood silent and beautiful in its winter rest, and the new seedling that had appeared where Alara vanished was now dusted with snowflakes, looking exactly like a promise waiting to be kept. Lyra breathed in the cold, clean air and felt a profound sense of peace. The changes would continue, within her, within the garden, within the world, and she would welcome them all, knowing that each transformation was merely the universe continuing its conversation through her. As the sun rose, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold, Lyra noticed that her skin had begun to shimmer with these new colors. She smiled, recognizing this not as an ending, but as the beginning of another chapter in her ongoing becoming. And in that moment the garden, sleeping beneath its blanket of snow, stirred with the secret knowledge of all the beautiful changes yet to come. Story 15. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft, swirling clouds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. This moon was home to a creature of gentle light and softer thoughts, a being who called himself Lumen. His skin shimmered with the soft glow of a nebula at dusk, and when he moved, he left trails of silver and gold in the air, like the memory of a happy dream. Lumen lived in a crystalline cave that hummed with the music of the spheres, where walls of amethyst and quartz refracted starlight into rainbows that danced across the floor. Yet for all the beauty surrounding him, Lumen often felt a quiet loneliness, a longing to share the wonders he saw with another soul. Far across the star-strewn void, on a planet where mountains sang and rivers flowed with liquid harmony, lived a being named Sonnet. Her people communicated through melodies that rose and fell like tides, and her own voice was a particularly sweet arrangement of chimes and whispers. Sonnet's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the universe, and she could sense the emotions of others through the harmonies they emitted. But lately a soft dissonance had crept into her songs, a gentle ache for a friend who might understand the music in her soul. One evening, as Lumen sat watching a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the velvet sky, he noticed a small, distressed vessel tumbling through the atmosphere. It was not like the sharp, angular ships of traders or explorers. This one was shaped like a seashell, with pearlescent swirls that caught the starlight. Without a second thought, Lumen reached out with his thoughts, guiding the fragile craft to a soft landing in a meadow of bioluminescent moss near his cave. From the vessel emerged Sonnet, her form slight and graceful, with skin that seemed woven from moonlight and spider silk. She trembled slightly, emitting a soft, worried hum that Lumen felt rather than heard. He approached slowly, his own light pulsing in what he hoped was a calming rhythm, a gentle gold the color of safety. Sonnet, though startled, sensed no malice in the shimmering being before her. Instead, she felt a warmth that reminded her of sunrise on her homeworld. She replied with a series of ascending notes, like a question set to music. And so began their friendship, a conversation without words built on colors and harmonies, on the gentle exchange of light and sound. Lumen led Sonnet to his crystalline cave, where the walls echoed her melodies back to her in cascades of sound that brought tears of joy to her eyes. In return, Sonnet taught Lumen how to listen to the music of the crystals, how each facet sang a different note when touched by light. Together, they decided to create a shared shelter, a place that would be a testament to their unique bond. They chose a high chamber in the cave, where the ceiling was thin enough to see the stars, but strong enough to protect them from the elements. Lumen used his ability to shape light, weaving strands of luminescence into hanging gardens of soft, glowing vines and flowers that bloomed with gentle pulses of blue and violet. Sonnet sang to the crystals, encouraging them to grow into arches and benches, their notes harmonizing with her voice to create a space that hummed with peaceful energy. In the center, they placed a pool of clear water that reflected the starry sky above. Here they would often sit together, watching constellations being born and dying suns whispering their last light across the eons. Of course, there were misunderstandings, moments where their differences led to confusion, then laughter, and finally deeper understanding. One evening, Lumen, wishing to show his delight in Sonnet's latest melody, flashed a brilliant array of scarlet and orange across the chamber. To him, these were the colors of joy and celebration. But Sonnet recoiled, her song faltering into a discordant shiver. In her culture, red was the color of alarm, of danger, a warning sung when storms approached or predators neared. Seeing her distress, Lumen dimmed his lights to a soft, questioning blue. Sonnet, realizing the misunderstanding, responded with a chuckle that sounded like wind chimes dancing in a breeze. She then sang a gentle scale, teaching Lumen that for her, happiness was a gradient of aquamarine and silver. Lumen, in turn, pulsed these colors joyfully, and they spent the rest of the evening creating a dictionary of shared hues and harmonies, each teaching the other the meanings behind their natural expressions. Another time, Sonnet noticed Lumen looking weary, his light faint and flickering. Thinking to comfort him, she sang a low, resonant lullaby, the kind her people used to lull the young to sleep. But instead of soothing him, the deep frequencies caused the crystals around them to vibrate intensely, making Lumen's form shudder uncomfortably. He flared a pale yellow, the color of gentle protest. Sonnet immediately ceased, her notes fading into a concerned whisper. Lumen pulsed a soft lavender, forgiveness and understanding, and showed her that he recharged not by sound, but by stillness and starlight. So Sonnet learned to sit in quiet companionship while Lumen basked in the beams of distant suns, and in those silent moments their friendship grew even stronger. As the cycles passed, their shared shelter became a haven of peace and beauty. Star-weary travelers sometimes stumbled upon it, drawn by the soft glow and sweeter music emanating from the cave. They would leave feeling renewed, carrying with them stories of the two friends who spoke without words and whose kindness transcended worlds. One particularly clear night, as a double moon rose over the horizon, Lumen and Sonnet sat by their star pool, watching a nebula bloom in the distance like a cosmic flower opening its petals. Sonnet hummed a melody that mirrored the nebula's gentle expansion, and Lumen's light danced in time, casting soft ripples of color across the water. In that moment, they needed no translation. The language they had built between them, of shared glances, of pulses of light and fragments of song, of patience and laughter, had become more than enough. They had learned that kindness needs no vocabulary, that friendship is a bridge built not on words, but on the willingness to understand. And as the stars twinkled above, each a silent witness to the infinite connections woven through the cosmos, Lumen and Sonnet sat together, two souls from different worlds, bound by the universal language of the heart. Story 16. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun retreated. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, and the streams murmured secrets in a language only the pure of heart could understand. On this particular night, when the moon hung like a luminous pearl in the velvety sky, a small hedgehog named Thistle found herself unable to sleep. Thistle had always been a creature of routine, curling into her nest of dried ferns as dusk fell, but tonight a strange restlessness prickled along her spines. The usual symphony of the forest, the soft shushing of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle plink of dew forming on spiderwebs, seemed to call to her with unusual urgency. With a sigh she uncurled and ventured out into the moonlight-dappled clearing near her home. The forest floor was carpeted in moss so deep and soft that her footsteps made no sound. Above, the branches of the elder oaks swayed gently, their leaves whispering to one another in the ancient tongue of the woods. Something is changing, they seem to sigh. The time of turning is near. As Thistle wandered, she noticed the bioluminescent fungi that dotted the decaying logs begin to pulse with a soft blue-green light, as if greeting her. Fireflies drifted like living stars, their golden glow weaving patterns in the air. Yet beneath the beauty, Thistle felt a thread of unease. The streams, which normally bubbled with cheerful melodies, seemed to be humming a slower, more solemn tune. Little one, a calm, weathered voice spoke from above. Thistle looked up to see the great horned owl, Alaric, perched on a gnarled branch. His feathers were the color of tree bark in twilight, and his eyes held the depth of the night sky. "You are awake when you should be dreaming. What troubles you?" "I don't know," Thistle admitted, her voice small. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams are quieter, the wind seems to sigh, and even the stones feel cooler to the touch. It's as if everything is holding its breath." Alaric nodded slowly. "The seasons are preparing to turn. Autumn's magic is weaving into winter's rest, but the heart of the forest is uneasy. The great harmony has been disrupted." Thistle's eyes widened. "What does that mean?" "It means," Alaric explained gently, "that the natural cycle of renewal is faltering. The trees are struggling to share their wisdom with the saplings, the streams are forgetting the songs of the mountains, and the stones are losing their connection to the earth's deep dreams. If this continues, the magic that sustains us all may fade." "But what can I do?" Thistle asked, her heart aching at the thought. Alaric's gaze was kind. "You must journey to the Heartstone clearing, where the moonlight pools like liquid silver and the oldest magic dwells. There you will find the source of the disruption. But you must listen, truly listen, to the language of the forest. The trees will guide you with their whispers, the streams will offer their songs, and the stones will illuminate your path. Remember, little one, wisdom often comes not in loud proclamations, but in quiet moments of attention." With those words, Alaric took flight, his wings beating softly in a rhythm that mimicked the forest's own heartbeat. Determined, Thistle set off. The path was unfamiliar, but she trusted the guidance of the forest. As she walked, she focused on listening. The rustle of the leaves above seemed to form words. Follow the light, follow the sound. She noticed then that the bioluminescent mushrooms glowed brighter along a specific trail, pulsing in sequence as if leading the way. She came upon a babbling brook, its water dark and shimmering under the moon. Instead of rushing past, she knelt and dipped her paw into the cool water. The stream's song shifted from a murmur to a clear, melodic whisper. "A stone has fallen," it sang. "A stone from the ancient circle now blocks my flow. The wisdom cannot travel where the water does not run." Thistle understood. She followed the stream uphill, her small legs tiring but her spirit unwavering. The air grew cooler, and a gentle mist began to fall, each droplet hitting the leaves with a soft pit-pat that was both soothing and invigorating. The sound was nature's own lullaby, yet it sharpened her focus. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, she arrived at a slope where a large, moss-covered stone had indeed rolled from its place in a circle of ancient rocks, now lodged in the stream's path. The water pooled behind it, sluggish and sad. But the stone itself was not silent. As Thistle approached, she placed her ear against its cool, damp surface. It hummed with a deep, vibrational wisdom. "I fell during the last storm," it seemed to say. "I am lonely away from my brothers and sisters. Without our circle complete, the stories of the earth cannot be shared." Thistle knew she could not move the stone alone. She looked around helplessly until her eyes fell upon a cluster of glowworms nestled in the roots of a nearby willow. Their soft blue light pulsed in a pattern that reminded her of Alaric's wings. An idea sparked. She approached the willow and gently explained the problem. The tree's leaves trembled in understanding, and it extended a low-hanging branch toward the glowworms. As if understanding the unspoken request, the glowworms gathered on the branch, their collective light growing brighter. Then Thistle called to the fireflies that danced in the air, and they too gathered, adding their golden radiance to the blue. Next she whispered to the bats flitting overhead, and they swooped down, using their delicate claws to grip the branch alongside the glowing creatures. The branch, now illuminated and supported, lowered itself toward the stone. Thistle pushed with all her might, and the combined effort of the tree, the glowing beings, and the bats slowly, gradually, began to roll the stone back toward its circle. As the stone settled into its rightful place, the stream burst free with a joyful rush, its song immediately lifting into a brighter, clearer melody. The circle of stones hummed in unison, their vibration resonating through the ground and up into the air, and Thistle felt the forest sigh in relief. The trees whispered their gratitude, the wind carried the news in a gentle sweep, and even the misty rain seemed to fall with a happier rhythm. The Heartstone clearing, now just ahead, began to glow with an ethereal silver light, as if the moon itself had descended to rest there. Thistle entered the clearing. In its center stood the oldest tree of the forest, its trunk wide enough to house entire families of creatures, its branches reaching toward the stars. Beneath it, the moonlight pooled so brightly that the entire clearing was bathed in a soft, radiant glow. From the trees hollow stepped a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with ancient knowing. It was the forest elder, rarely seen but always present. "You have restored the flow," the fox said, its voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. "By listening, by collaborating, and by caring, you have mended the disruption. The forest remembers now that its strength lies in connection, the trees with the streams, the stones with the earth, the creatures with one another." Thistle bowed her head. "I only did what felt right." "And that," the fox replied warmly, "is the greatest wisdom of all. Remember this, little one, just as the seasons turn from abundance to rest, so too must we all embrace cycles of action and stillness. What you have done tonight will allow the forest to enter its winter slumber peacefully, knowing that when spring returns, the magic will awaken anew." As the fox spoke, the clearing seemed to shimmer. The bioluminescent fungi brightened, the fireflies danced in complex patterns, and the stream's song blended with the whisper of the wind and the gentle tapping of the rain. It was a symphony of natural ASMR, each sound a note in the forest's lullaby. Thistle made her way back home, the path now familiar and friendly. The stones gleamed with moisture, the trees reached their branches protectively over her, and the streams serenaded her journey. When she finally curled back into her nest of ferns, the restlessness had been replaced by a deep, peaceful contentment. Outside, the forest settled into its nocturnal rhythm, each element once again in harmony. The moon continued its slow journey across the sky, painting everything in silver, and the air carried the promise of renewal. And as Thistle drifted into dreams, she heard Alaric's soft hoot in the distance, a sound that seemed to say, "Well done, little one. Well done." The ancient forest slept, its magic secure, its creatures safe, and its stories continuing beneath the watchful eyes of the stars. Story 17. In a quiet corner of a valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Kaelen who felt like a puzzle missing half its pieces. While others in the village seemed to know exactly where they fit, Kaelen often found themselves gazing at the clouds, wondering which shape they were meant to be. Their hands, though clever with thread and wood, often felt empty, as if waiting for something more to hold. Each evening, Kaelen would walk through their modest garden, a patch of earth that seemed to mirror their uncertain heart. The soil lay mostly bare, with only a few stubborn wildflowers pushing through the hardened ground. It was here, in the fading light of an autumn afternoon, that Kaelen first noticed the subtle changes beginning. It started with their shadow. As Kaelen knelt to touch the dry earth, their silhouette against the setting sun seemed to ripple slightly, as if made of silk rather than darkness. The next morning, waking with the familiar restless feeling, Kaelen noticed that their fingertips left behind faint traces of silver light when they moved them through the morning air. Rather than fear, these changes brought a curious warmth, like the first sip of tea on a chilly morning. One twilight, as Kaelen sat watching moths dance around a lantern, an elderly woman emerged from the gathering dusk. She moved with the quiet grace of falling leaves, her steps making no sound on the cobbled path. Her eyes held the soft glow of moonlight on water. "Your garden sleeps," she said, her voice like rustling parchment. "But even sleeping things dream of blooming." Kaelen looked at their hands, where silver dust now shimmered visibly. "Strange things are happening to me." The woman smiled, wrinkles forming like rays around her eyes. "Strange is merely what we call beautiful before we understand it. I am called Maris. Would you like to learn the language of your changes?" And so began their quiet lessons. Maris never appeared when summoned, but always when needed, sitting on the garden wall when Kaelen felt particularly lost, or standing by the stream when questions piled up like autumn leaves. Under Maris's guidance, Kaelen learned to tend the garden with new intention. As they worked the soil, their silver-dusted hands caused tiny sparks to dance across the earth. Where these sparks landed, small green shoots emerged, unfurling leaves the color of dawn. "Change is a conversation between who we are and who we're becoming," Maris explained one evening as they watched bioluminescent mushrooms circle Kaelen's footsteps. "Your garden reflects this conversation." Indeed, as days passed, the garden began to transform in response to Kaelen's inner shifts. When Kaelen felt uncertain, the plants would grow protective thorns that softened into velvet petals as confidence returned. When laughter came easily, flowers would bloom in kaleidoscopic patterns that shifted with the breeze. One morning, Kaelen awoke to find their arms patterned with delicate markings resembling moth wings, silver filigree that pulsed with a gentle light. That same day, a cocoon of shimmering threads appeared suspended between two apple trees in the garden. It swayed gently, though no wind blew. "Every transformation needs its sanctuary," Maris remarked when she appeared that evening. She placed a hand on the cocoon, which hummed softly at her touch. This is where you'll go when the changes feel overwhelming, a place to rest while becoming. As autumn deepened into winter, Kaelen's changes continued, sometimes subtle, sometimes startling. Their hair began to catch the light like spun glass. Their footsteps left temporary patterns of frost flowers that melted away by morning. The garden responded in kind. Trees grew crystalline leaves that chimed in the wind, and night-blooming flowers opened their petals to reveal tiny constellations within. Through it all, Maris guided with gentle wisdom. She taught Kaelen to read the language of the garden, how the direction of vine growth indicated emotional currents, how the scent of the soil changed with mood, how colors deepened with understanding. There are seeds within you waiting for the right conditions to sprout, she said one snowy afternoon as they walked through the magical garden, now thriving despite the season. Your changes are simply those seeds finding their season. The greatest challenge came during the deepest cold of winter. Kaelen awoke one night feeling fragmented, as if becoming too many things at once. Silver light flickered unpredictably around the room. Frightened, they rushed to the garden and entered the cocoon that had grown larger over time. Inside, it was neither dark nor light, but something in between, a twilight space filled with soft, humming energy. Time lost its meaning as Kaelen rested there, surrounded by the gentle pulsing of becoming. In that sacred space, fears unraveled and rewove themselves into understanding. The sensation of fragmentation slowly transformed into a sense of expansion. When Kaelen emerged days later, the world seemed different, or perhaps it was Kaelen who had changed. The silver patterns now covered their skin in elegant, swirling designs that glowed with inner light. Their movements left trails of shimmering dust that hung in the air like visible breath. Maris stood waiting, her face radiant with pride. You've learned to breathe with the rhythm of your becoming. The garden had transformed in their absence. Where once there were separate beds of flowers and herbs, now stood an interconnected tapestry of glowing plants, shimmering trees, and flowers that changed color with the time of day. At the center stood a tree unlike any other, its bark silver, its leaves resembling stained glass, with fruits that glowed like captured starlight. On the winter solstice, as the longest night settled over the valley, the villagers gathered in the marketplace for the traditional lantern lighting. Kaelen stood apart, uncertain whether their changing nature would frighten others. But as darkness deepened, something remarkable happened. The silver patterns on Kaelen's skin began to brighten until they stood illuminated from within. Without thinking, Kaelen raised their hands, and from their fingertips streamed ribbons of light that wove themselves into beautiful patterns overhead. The garden responded from afar, its trees glowing brighter, its flowers turning toward the village as if in greeting. One by one, villagers approached not with fear, but with wonder. Children reached tentative fingers toward the light patterns, laughing as the colors changed at their touch. Elders nodded with appreciation at the beauty Kaelen brought to the dark night. In that moment, Kaelen understood that their transformation wasn't about becoming someone different, but about becoming more fully themselves. The changes weren't something to endure, but something to collaborate with, a dance between inner nature and outer expression. When the celebration ended and villagers returned to their homes, Kaelen walked back to the garden with Maris. The older woman stopped at the gate, her form beginning to blend with the moonlight. "My time as your guide is ending," she said softly. "You've learned to listen to your own changes now. Will I see you again?" Kaelen asked, their voice tinged with both gratitude and loss. Maris smiled, her form becoming increasingly translucent. "I am always here in the spaces between dark and light, in the moment before a seed sprouts, in the quiet when transformation begins. Look for me in your garden's wisdom, and in your own heart when you need reminding." With those words, she dissolved into a shower of silver sparks that settled gently throughout the garden, causing every plant to glow more brightly. Spring arrived early that year. The valley blossomed with unusual flowers and trees that seemed to carry echoes of Kaelen's garden. Villagers often visited to seek counsel, finding that simply walking through the shifting paths brought clarity to their own questions. Kaelen continued to change, sometimes developing new patterns, sometimes discovering new abilities, but now these transformations felt like conversations with themselves rather than mysteries to solve. The garden grew ever more magical, with pathways that rearranged themselves according to need, and flowers that bloomed with answers to unspoken questions. One evening, as fireflies danced patterns that mirrored those on Kaelen's skin, a young child from the village wandered into the garden, looking lost and uncertain. Kaelen recognized the familiar look of someone feeling like a misplaced puzzle piece. Without words, Kaelen took the child's hand and led them to a bare patch of earth. Together they knelt, and where their hands touched the soil, new plants emerged, ones never seen before, with petals that changed color with each breath. The transformation had come full circle, not as an ending, but as a new beginning. For in learning the language of their own changes, Kaelen had become fluent in the poetry of growth itself, ready to gently guide others as they too began the beautiful, patient work of becoming. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, The lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kaelen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kaelen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kaelen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moon vines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kaelen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kaelen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer. Flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kaelen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kaelen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kaelen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kaelen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kaelen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kaelen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kaelen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kaelen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kaelen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kaelen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kaelen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody. A friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, He would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny, twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds and ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn," Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snow-melting crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set—it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. Careful now, rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady. The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free. Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the whispering woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. Leo always felt the forest called to him. While other children chased hoops through cobblestone streets, he'd linger by the edge of Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels guarding secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves pirouetted to the mossy ground, a glint beneath a gnarled root caught his eye. It wasn't a stone or lost coin, but a smooth, egg-sized crystal humming with soft, internal light, shifting from dawn pink to twilight blue as he cradled it. Instinctively he whispered, "Hello." The crystal pulsed warmly against his palm, and the air before him shimmered like disturbed water. A hidden archway woven from ivy and starlight materialized between two trees. Curiosity, bright and insistent, nudged him forward. Stepping through was like diving into a sunlit pond. The forest transformed. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms glowed along velvet-soft paths. Trees bore fruit like crystallized honey, and the air tasted of rain-kissed petals and cinnamon. This was Sylvanara, a realm folded within Whisperwood, vibrant yet strangely silent. Leo soon discovered why. The heartwood tree, source of Sylvanara's magic, was fading. Its colossal trunk, once pulsing with golden sap, now showed cracks like dried riverbeds. Leaves, normally singing in the breeze, fell brittle and mute. A mournful tremor ran through the ground beneath Leo's feet. His guide appeared unexpectedly, a creature no taller than his knee, with bark-like skin, mossy hair, and eyes like chips of peridot. "I am Bramble," it rasped, voice like rustling leaves. Bramble belonged to the rootlings, shy guardians of the heartwood. "The weave weakens," Bramble explained, pointing a twiggy finger at Leo's crystal. "That is a keystone, it chose you. Only a bond between rootling and keeper can mend the heartwood." Leo hesitated. He was just a quiet boy. How could he mend magic? But Bramble's eyes held desperate hope, and the keystone glowed reassuringly. An unexpected friendship sparked, human and rootling, bound by a shared purpose. Their journey began at the Whispering Falls, where liquid moonlight cascaded into a pool, holding the first fragment of the fractured weave. To reach it, they needed to calm the agitated water sprites, whose songs usually soothed the falls but now crackled with discord. Bramble knew their language, a symphony of droplet chimes and ripple sighs, but fear made Leo clumsy. His first attempts to mimic the sounds with the keystone's aid produced jarring notes, scattering the sprites. Discouraged, Leo sat by the pool. Bramble didn't scold. Instead, it placed a small hand on Leo's wrist. "Listen not with ears," it murmured, "but with the quiet place inside." Leo closed his eyes, feeling the keystone's warmth sink with his heartbeat. He heard not noise but the sprite's sorrow, a melody of loneliness. Humming softly, Leo poured that understanding through the crystal. Gentle blue light flowed, weaving harmony into the discord. The sprites swirled joyfully, gifting him the shimmering fragment. Leo learned his first lesson: true listening heals. Next came the Veil of Echoing Winds, a canyon where breezes carried memories. The second fragment lay atop a treacherous spire, guarded by invisible wind dancers, spirits who tested resolve by amplifying doubt. As Leo climbed, the winds hissed his deepest fears. "You don't belong here, you'll fail them." Bramble clung to his shoulder, whispering encouragement, but the voices grew louder, chilling his bones. Paralyzed halfway up, Leo gripped the keystone. It flared, projecting an image: Bramble's trusting gaze, the heartwood's fading light, the sprite's renewed song. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, he realized, but choosing to act despite it. "I belong now," he declared into the gale. The keystone blazed, scattering the doubting winds like smoke. He climbed, hand over hand, the winds now humming with approval as he claimed the second fragment. Courage, he learned, is a choice echoed in action. Their path then led underground to the crystal caves. Glowing geodes lit their way, but the third fragment lay deep within, protected by the stone sentinels, massive, slow-moving beings who valued wisdom above all. To pass, they had to solve the sentinel's riddle: what grows lighter with every burden it bears? Bramble scratched its mossy head. Feather. The sentinels remained impassive. A smile. Leo guessed. No response. They pondered as the earth rumbled impatiently. Leo thought of the keystone's weight in his pocket, of Bramble's unwavering faith, of Silvanara's fading beauty. "Trust," he said softly. "The more burdens trust carries, fear, doubt, hardship, the lighter the heart becomes because you don't carry them alone." The sentinel's stony faces softened into something like approval. The cave walls parted, revealing the fragment. Wisdom, Leo understood, blooms in shared burdens. The final trial awaited at the heartwood itself. The great tree stood gaunt, its life force dim. To restore the weave, Leo and Bramble had to channel all three fragments through the keystone simultaneously, weaving light and intention into the cracks. But the shadow vines, parasitic tendrils feeding on the heartwood's weakness, thrashed violently, repelling their light. Bramble darted forward, trying to distract them, but a vine lashed out, trapping the small rootling. "Leo!" Bramble cried, struggling as the vine tightened. Panic seized Leo. Alone, facing the monstrous vines, his friend in peril, the old whispers of inadequacy surged. He clutched the keystone, now holding all three fragments. They pulsed erratically, mirroring his fear. Then he saw Bramble's face, not fear but absolute trust. "The quiet place inside," Bramble gasped. Leo closed his eyes. He remembered the sprite's harmony, the wind's challenge, the sentinel's riddle. He felt the keystone not as a tool, but as an extension of his friendship with Bramble, his care for Silvanara. Calm washed over him. He didn't fight the vines, he poured light into them, light filled with understanding, courage, wisdom, and profound friendship. The light wasn't harsh, but warm and accepting. The shadow vines shuddered, not destroyed, but transformed. They softened, greened, and gently retracted, becoming flowering tendrils that curled protectively around the heartwood's base. Leo ran to Bramble, the keystone flaring as it effortlessly dissolved the vine. Together, they placed their hands on the heartwood's trunk. The three fragments merged within the crystal, unleashing a river of pure, golden light. It flowed into the cracks, sealing them with seams of living gold. Sap, bright and singing, surged through the branches. Leaves unfurled, shimmering emerald and singing a chorus of pure, clear notes that resonated through Sylvanara. The realm exhaled, vibrant and whole. The weave was restored, stronger than before, thrumming with the power of their bond. Bramble beamed, peridot eyes shining. You were never just a boy, Leo. You were the keeper Sylvanara needed. The heartwood showered them in glowing pollen that smelled of deep earth and new beginnings. The archway shimmered back into view. Saying goodbye was bittersweet. Bramble pressed a small, luminous acorn from the heartwood into Leo's hand. So you remember, it whispered. Sylvanara is always with you, and so am I. Stepping back into his own world, Leo found the sun setting over Whisperwood, painting the sky in Sylvanara's colors. The keystone had vanished, but the acorn glowed warmly in his pocket. He wasn't the same quiet boy. He carried Sylvanara's light within him, the harmony of listening, the strength of chosen courage, the weightlessness of shared trust, and the unbreakable warmth of a friendship that crossed worlds. That night, as he lay in bed, the acorn pulsed gently on his nightstand, casting dancing leaf shadows on the wall. Outside his window, the wind through Whisperwood sounded remarkably like a contented sigh, and Leo drifted to sleep, a small smile on his lips, forever keeper of a hidden world and a friendship written in starlight and roots. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Mossgrove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. The forest breathes, little sprout, Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic. The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Mossgrove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. Elder hemlock, Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels, thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with Elder Hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. You remembered the wisdom, little one, he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this. The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid. Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Ela thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Ela, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Ela poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that leapt like shy sprites across the walls. Outside, a gentle wind sighed through the ancient oak tree, a lullaby for the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we venture not to far-off mountains or stormy seas, but to a place much closer to home, where magic often hides in plain sight, waiting for a gentle heart to find it. Our story begins in the dusty, forgotten embrace of an attic. Young Milo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet nature, often found solace in the attic. It was a world unto itself, smelling of old paper, dried lavender tucked away in forgotten drawers, and the comforting scent of seasoned wood. Sunlight, when it dared pierce the single cobwebbed window, illuminated swirling galaxies of dust motes. One rainy afternoon, seeking refuge from the drumming on the roof, Milo was carefully sorting through a battered old trunk that had belonged to his great-aunt Elspeth. Beneath layers of yellowed lace and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked into a corner of a worn sewing box. It wasn't thread or a thimble. It was a key. Not just any key, mind you. It was made of a warm, rosy copper, slightly tarnished, and shaped unlike any key Milo had ever seen. Its bow was an intricate swirl like a frozen curl of smoke, and the bit seemed to depict a tiny, stylized bird in flight. It felt strangely alive in his palm, humming with a warmth that wasn't quite temperature, more like a faint, comforting vibration. HMMMM, it seemed to sigh, softer than the rain outside. HMMMM. Now, what might you open? Milo whispered, the dust motes swirling gently in his breath. As if in answer, a soft thump sounded near the dormer window. A large ginger cat with wise, amber eyes materialized from behind a rolled-up rug. This was Marmalade, the attic's unofficial guardian, rarely seen downstairs. He stretched languidly, his purr rumbling like a miniature thunderstorm. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra rumble. Found something shiny, have you, young Milo? Marmalade's voice was a deep, gravelly whisper, laced with the patience of countless naps. That little dreamer isn't for locks of wood or iron, that's a whisper key. A whisper key. Milo echoed, turning the warm copper over in his fingers. It pulsed gently. HMMMM. Indeed, Marmalade settled onto a sun-warmed patch of floorboards, tucking his paws neatly. It opens doors to things unseen, paths unheard, but only for those who listen with more than their ears. Great-aunt Elspeth knew its song. She used to say it measured journeys not in miles, but in heartbeats of courage purr. Milo felt a flutter, not of fear, but of profound curiosity mixed with a tiny spark of apprehension. What kind of journey? Before Marmalade could answer, a soft whoosh of air and the distinct tap-tap-tap of something light landing on a rafter announced another presence. A small, rather bookish-looking brown owl blinked down at them. His spectacles, tiny things made of wire and clear crystal, perched precariously on his beak. This was Ptolemy, known for his vast knowledge of attic lore and his tendency to doze off mid-sentence. Who? He inquired softly, tilting his head. Ptolemy, excellent timing, rumbled Marmalade. Young Milo has discovered Elspeth's whisper key. He seeks the nature of the journey it offers. Ptolemy ruffled his feathers importantly. Who? Ah, the resonant artifact, catalogued under ethereal mechanisms, subsection, auditory cartography fascinating, who it doesn't unlock a place precisely, more a state of perception, specifically the perception of the hidden harmonies. He blinked slowly, his spectacles glinting. Trouble is brewing in the unseen choir, a dissonance, a disharmony, the key resonates with it. That is the journey it measures the courage to seek the source of the discord and soothe it, tap 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 went his claw on the wood. Requires patience and kindness. Very tricky. Who? He promptly tucked his head under his wing, snoring softly. Snoo or who? Milo looked from the softly snoring owl to the purring cat, then down at the humming key in his hand. The attic suddenly felt vast, full of whispers he couldn't quite decipher. The rain pattered pitter-pat on the roof, a counterpoint to the key's gentle HMMM and Ptolemy's snores. The journey wasn't across land, but into understanding. His courage felt very small indeed. Just then a tiny, nervous squeak came from near the trunk. A small gray mouse with bright button eyes and trembling whiskers peered out. This was Pip, easily startled but incredibly resourceful. Eep. Did someone say Deedis Harmony? She piped, her voice like dry leaves skittering. I heard it last night near the old chimney stack, a sound like a lost sob caught in the wind. It made my whiskers tingle all wrong. Squeak. Milo knelt down. You heard it too, Pip, the disharmony. Pip nodded vigorously. Oh yes, scared me half to fluff, but if the key can't help, maybe we can help too. She looked at Milo with hopeful eyes. Pip's courage was small but fierce, fueled by compassion. And so their unlikely fellowship formed under the sloping rafters. Milo with the humming whisper key, wise Marmalade offering rumbling guidance, scholarly if sleepy, Ptolemy ready with obscure facts, and brave little Pip, attuned to the smallest, saddest sounds. Their journey began not with a step, but with listening. Milo closed his eyes, focusing on the key's vibration, letting it fill his quiet center. He listened past the rain's pitter-pat, past Marmalade's purr, past Ptolemy's gentle snoo-or-hoo, even past Pip's anxious squeak-squeak. He listened deeper to the sigh of the old house timbers, the rustle shhhh of dust settling, the faint tick-tock of a forgotten clock. And then he heard it. Faint, almost swallowed by the other sounds. A thin, wavering note, not quite a cry, not quite a sigh. It sounded lonely, and it seemed to drift from the direction of the chimney stack, just as Pip had said. Woo-woo-oh. There, Milo breathed, opening his eyes. The key pulsed warmer in his hand, its hum HMMM, resonating sympathetically with the distant, mournful sound. The journey to the chimney stack was only 20 feet across the cluttered attic, but for Milo it felt immense. He had to navigate precarious stacks of hat boxes that wobbled alarmingly, creak-groan, squeeze past a dressmaker's dummy that seemed to watch him with empty eyes, and climb a small, rickety set of library steps that Ptolemy assured him were structurally sound, circa 1892, who each wobble, each creak was a test. Pip scampered ahead, finding safe paths between piles of newspapers, rustle flutter. Marmalade padded silently beside him, a warm, solid presence. Ptolemy occasionally woke up, blinked, offered an observation like chimneys often act as conduits for aerial resonances, and promptly fell asleep again. Reaching the base of the massive old brick chimney stack felt like arriving at the foot of a dark, silent mountain. The air here was cooler, smelling faintly of old soot and damp stone. The lonely sound was clearer now, echoing slightly within the bricks. Woo-woo-oh, why alone? Milo held up the whisper key. Its glow intensified, casting a warm, coppery light on the soot-stained bricks. The intricate bird on its bit seemed to shimmer. The mournful sound paused, then tentatively echoed the key's gentle hum. HMMM. Woo-woo-oh. Who's there? Milo asked softly, his voice barely a whisper itself. Why are you so sad? A gust of wind whistled whoosh down the chimney flue, swirling dust at their feet. Within it the voice seemed to coalesce, thin and reedy like wind through a crack. Alone it sighed. Always moving, never staying, never heard, only felt as push, as cold, never as song. Milo understood. This wasn't a monster. It was a small, lost wind current, a tiny eddy that had become separated from the great symphony of breezes and zephyrs. Trapped in the chimney, its natural song had twisted into lonely dissonance. It wasn't angry, it was heartbroken. Ptolemy, roused by the concentrated emotion, blinked rapidly. A fractured zephyr, common in enclosed vertical structures, requires integration, reconnection to the larger air currents. He looked at Milo. Kindness, acceptance, offering it a voice within the chorus. Milo knew what to do. It wasn't about forcing or fixing. It was about listening, truly listening, and offering friendship. He sat down cross-legged on the dusty floorboards, the whisper key warm in his lap. Marmalade settled beside him, his purr deepening into a soothing drone, purr rumble. Pip cautiously crept onto Milo's knee, her tiny body trembling but determined. Ptolemy fluttered down to perch on a nearby crate, wide awake now, observing intently. Milo closed his eyes again, focusing on the key's resonance, letting it fill him with calm. He thought of the wind outside, the gentle sigh through the oak leaves, rustle hush, the playful tug on the washing line, flap snap, the soft whisper around the corners of the house, shhhhh. He poured this feeling of connection, of belonging to a vast, beautiful song, into the hum of the key. HMMMM, you belong. He began to hum himself softly, wordlessly, not trying to overpower the zephyr's lonely woo, but weaving around it, harmonizing with it. Marmalade's purr provided a deep, grounding bass note. Pip, encouraged, let out a tiny, brave whistle, tweet-wee. Ptolemy surprised everyone by adding a soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap with his claw on the wood. It wasn't perfect music, but it was kind. It was welcoming. The trapped zephyr hesitated. Its woo faltered. Then, tentatively, it tried to mimic Milo's hum. HMMMM. The sound was less sharp, less lonely. Milo smiled, humming a little louder, pouring warmth and acceptance into the sound. You are heard. You are part of the song. Slowly, gently, the zephyr's note shifted. It softened, warmed, began to weave itself into their makeshift melody. The dissonance faded, replaced by a fragile harmony. The air around the chimney stack stirred, not with a mournful gust, but with a gentle, hopeful breeze. HMMMMWoo, together. The whisper key in Milo's lap pulsed brightly once, then settled back into its warm, steady hum. The copper bird seemed to glow with satisfaction. Above them, high up the chimney, a faint clink-clink sounded, the sound of the old, unused chimney cowl turning slightly in the wind outside. A path was opening. Listen, Milo whispered to the zephyr. Hear your family calling. Outside, the wind had lessened its rain-soaked drumming. Now it sang a clearer song around the house, a gentle invitation. Come home, shhhh, come home. The small zephyr within the chimney swirled excitedly, whoosh swirl. With a final, joyous chime-like note that resonated perfectly with the whisper key, ding HMMMM, it gathered itself and streamed upwards, a ribbon of cool, fresh air, slipping through the newly opened cowl and out into the welcoming embrace of the evening sky. The lonely sound was gone, replaced by the harmonious sigh of the wind outside, now sounding fuller, sweeter. Silence descended in the attic, but it was a peaceful silence, filled only with the crackling fire downstairs, the settling house, Marmalade's contented purr, Pip's relieved sigh, few, and Ptolemy's soft murmur, harmony restored, catalog updated, who excellent work, young cartographer of courage. He promptly tucked his head back under his wing. Milo looked at his friends, then down at the whisper key. It was cool now, just a beautifully crafted piece of copper, yet he knew its magic hadn't faded. It had simply returned to quiet potential. He hadn't traveled far, but he had journeyed deep into his own quiet heart and found the courage to listen, to understand, and to offer kindness. He felt taller somehow and deeply peaceful. Carefully, he placed the whisper key back into the sewing box in the old trunk. It didn't need to be hidden, just respected. He knew it would be there, humming softly to itself, whenever the hidden harmonies needed a gentle listener. As Milo descended the attic stairs later, the fire in the hearth below seemed to burn a little brighter, a little warmer. The rain had stopped, and through the window he could see the first stars peeking through the clouds. The wind sighed contentedly around the eaves, sleep, a lullaby for the whole house. Marmalade followed him down, purring like a contented engine. Pip was already asleep in Milo's pocket, a tiny, warm weight. Even Ptolemy's soft snores, snoo or who, from the rafters above sounded like a peaceful counterpoint. The ordinary attic filled with forgotten things had revealed an extraordinary secret, that the greatest adventures often lie in listening closely, that courage is measured in kindness, and that even the smallest voice, when heard with a gentle heart, can restore harmony to the world. And as Milo settled by the fire, the flames dancing like captured sunlight, he knew that the warm hum of the whisper key and the memory of the zephyr's grateful song would forever be a cozy secret tucked away in his heart, a gentle light against any future darkness. The fire crackled pop hiss, a comforting sound in the quiet night, reminding him that magic and kindness were always closer than they seemed. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kaelen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kaelen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kaelen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kaelen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kaelen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonian song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kaelen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single, clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Glimmerbrook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Glimmerbrook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. "When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray." Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the Whispering Woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse, just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They're waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. "Forest's heartbeat," Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. not a demand but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. Remember Oakheart's rheumatism, he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. This place just needs better decorating. Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. Their effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of Shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. "Turns out," Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, "a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom." The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic, she knew as sleep gently pulled her under, wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns, resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer Folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Veil, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders, or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. Why me? Tobin's luminous eyes softened. Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely. A shiver ran through Layla, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. Fades, how? What can I do? The heart tree is weakening, Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants. He fluttered his wings nervously. We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela? Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oak Haven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmer folk depending on her. Yes, she whispered, her voice gaining strength. I will help. A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled veil. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air. Birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the veil was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the veil faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside, where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. the cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the veil she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows. His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the Veil. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. The song is not something you hold, Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence. The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. Too high, too hard, you'll fall, but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the Crystal Falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the Veil, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. The sentinels test worthiness, Tobin said. They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it. Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the Veil. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadows struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child. Your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged, Tobin's unwavering trust, the glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. "I choose light," she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. "I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders." With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled veil pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper. You saved the heart. You saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating glimmer folk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled veil remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled veil humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Lumina's pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. Rowan, Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread. Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. It's weaving starlight, Fern breathed. It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while. She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. Leads you from your lonely bed, empathy washed over her. You're lonely, aren't you? She murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company? The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the crystal veil woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The fire crackled softly, its warm light dancing on the walls like shy sprites. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to the heart of Greenwood Hollow, a village nestled in a valley where the air smelled perpetually of damp earth and wild thyme, and where the gardens held whispers of magic. In this village lived a young gardener named Silas. Silas had hands that knew the language of the soil, fingers that could coax the shyest seedling from the earth with infinite patience. His garden, tucked behind a cottage with a mossy roof, was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and lush greenery, each plant thriving under his gentle, predictable care. Silas loved the rhythm of his days, the cool dawn mist settling on petals, the warm afternoon sun coaxing fragrance into the air, the quiet evenings spent listening to the rustle of leaves. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons, filled his heart with a quiet unease. He preferred the familiar hum of bees to the unpredictable flutter of a new butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, Silas discovered a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst his prize-winning moon petals, known for their cool, silver luminescence at dusk, was a plant he had never sown. It was a fern, but unlike any ordinary fern. Its fronds were a deep, velvety green that seemed to drink the light, and at their very tips, tiny, gem-like buds glowed with a soft, internal warmth, a deep, shifting rose gold. Silas felt a prickle of anxiety. This unknown beauty felt like an intrusion on his carefully ordered world. He tentatively named it the blushing fern, for the buds reminded him of a shy maiden's cheeks. Yet as days turned into weeks, the fern became Silas's secret worry. Despite his meticulous care, the exact amount of water, the perfect dappled shade, the rich compost he made himself, the fern seemed restless. Its fronds would tremble faintly when he approached, a soft sighing sound rustling through them. The rose-gold buds remained tightly closed, their light dimming. Silas felt a pang of failure, a familiar knot tightening in his chest whenever he looked at it. He felt like he was failing this strange, magical guest. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Silas often sought solace and advice from Mistress Willow, the village's oldest gardener, whose own cottage was practically swallowed by an astonishing jungle of plants. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, held centuries of green wisdom. One afternoon, as Silas confided his worries over steaming mugs of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around them like friendly ghosts, Mistress Willow listened patiently. "Ah, the blushing fern," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A rare visitor indeed, a mirror fern, some call it. It doesn't just grow in the garden, young Silas. It grows with the gardener." "What does that mean?" Silas asked, perplexed, tracing the rim of his warm mug. "It reflects," Mistress Willow explained gently, "the inner state of the one who tends it most closely. Its restlessness, its reluctance to bloom, it speaks of a heart holding tightly to the banks of a stream, afraid of the current." She reached out a gnarled hand and patted his arm. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered, Silas. It's the soil turning, making way for new roots." Silas pondered her words, finding them both comforting and unsettling. He also found support in his cheerful friend, Briar. Briar, who ran the village bakery, was all laughter and flour-dusted aprons, embracing each new recipe and mishap with equal gusto. "Stuck, are you?" Briar chuckled one day, handing Silas a warm honey oat roll that smelled like sunshine. "Remember when I tried to make those star-shaped pastries? Looked more like grumpy badgers, but you know what? Some folks love the grumpy badgers. Maybe your fern just wants to be a grumpy badger for a while, or maybe," Briar added, his eyes twinkling, "it just needs to know it's okay to be something different." Silas carried Briar's words and Mistress Willow's wisdom back to his garden. He sat beside the blushing fern, not just to tend, but to listen. He felt the familiar knot of resistance in his own chest, the fear of disrupting his peaceful routine, the anxiety of the unknown. He realized the fern's trembling fronds mirrored his own nervous energy. Its closed buds reflected his own reluctance to open to possibilities beyond his carefully controlled world. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate lace on the cobwebs, Silas noticed the fern looked particularly sad. Its fronds drooped, the rose-gold light within the buds barely a flicker. Mistress Willow's words echoed, "It grows with the gardener." He knew what he had to do, though the thought sent a tremor through him more chilling than the frost. The fern needed pruning. Some of the oldest, outermost fronds, though still green, were overshadowing the heart of the plant, stifling the potential of the central buds. Pruning meant cutting away the familiar, the established, to make room for new growth. It meant embracing change, trusting that beauty could emerge from loss. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Silas selected his sharpest, cleanest shears. His hands shook slightly. Each snip felt like a tiny leap into the unknown. As he carefully removed the older fronds, a remarkable thing happened. The remaining fronds seemed to sigh, not in sorrow, but in profound relief. They lifted, stretching towards the fading light. And the rose-gold buds, they pulsed. A soft, warm light emanated from them, bathing the surrounding moon petals in a gentle, rosy glow. Silas felt a corresponding shift within himself. The knot of anxiety loosened, replaced by a warm, expanding sensation like the first unfurling of a new leaf. It wasn't reckless abandon, but a quiet courage, a trust in the natural cycle of growth and release. He hadn't destroyed his garden, he had helped it breathe. Winter settled over Greenwood Hollow, a blanket of quiet transformation. Silas continued his routines, but with a new awareness. He noticed the subtle shifts in light, the way the snow insulated the sleeping earth, protecting the promise beneath. He found himself experimenting, slightly planting a few early snowdrop bulbs in a sunnier spot, trying a new blend of compost. The blushing fern thrived. Its remaining fronds grew stronger, a deeper, richer green. The rose-gold buds swelled, their internal light growing steadier, warmer, casting a cozy aura in the winter-dim greenhouse Silas had built. One late winter afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden, Silas was tidying the greenhouse. Mistress Willow and Briar had come to share spiced cider. As they admired the fern, bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the glass, it happened. With a soft, almost musical chime, the largest rose-gold bud began to unfurl. Layer after delicate layer peeled back, not to reveal a flower, but a cascade of pure, shimmering light. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but a warm, liquid radiance that flowed downwards, touching the soil around the fern's base. Where the light touched the earth, impossible things happened. Tiny, crystalline frost flowers bloomed instantly, sparkling like captured starlight. A patch of dormant moss turned a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Even the moon petals nearby, usually dormant in winter, perked up, their silver edges catching the rosy light and reflecting it in soft rainbows on the greenhouse walls. Silas gasped, tears pricking his eyes, not tears of sadness, but of awe and profound understanding. Mistress Willow smiled, a knowing glint in her mossy eyes. Briar clapped his hands softly. "Well, would you look at that? Told you grumpy badgers have their charm." The magical light pulsed gently, a visible manifestation of the transformation both Silas and the fern had undergone. It wasn't about becoming something entirely different, but about embracing the fullness of potential within. The fern hadn't changed its nature, it had simply been allowed to express its true, radiant self. Silas hadn't abandoned his love for peace and care. He had deepened it by learning that true growth sometimes requires the courage to let go, to trust the unseen roots, and to welcome the light that comes after the pruning. As the last embers in the fireplace settled into a bed of warm ash, the tale of Silas and the blushing fern comes to a close. The garden in Greenwood Hollow still blooms with quiet magic, tended by hands that understand both the comfort of the known and the gentle necessity of change. The blushing fern continues to glow with its rose-gold light, a a quiet beacon reminding all who see it that the most beautiful transformations often begin with a single brave step into the unknown, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the quiet courage to let your own inner light unfurl. Remember, dear listener, as you drift towards dreams, that your own heart holds seeds of wonder, waiting for the right moment, the right care, to blossom into something uniquely, beautifully yours. Sleep peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of growth and the quiet magic of becoming. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid, welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. but the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace.